Well, good morning, damn fam. Today, recording date is Monday, August 24th, 2026. And today on the Daily Beaver Morning Show, we are going to talk about what just happened. Oh boy. If you remember, we had a special episode because at just shy of 12:01 a.m. on, I believe it was Friday or Saturday. It was Saturday, sorry. We received word that in a plot twist, it was the government of Canada, our prime minister, who walked away from the negotiating table with the United States because the deal they were offering was not only not good enough, but uh, just unacceptable. And then on a Saturday morning, he addressed us and then had a meeting with cabinet and had a meeting with premiers and gave us a little insight into what happened. And we are learning more since. It seems that the United States tried to do through the back door that which it could not achieve through the front door, which was remove our sovereignty and make us a vassal state by hook or by rook. The prime minister has stated we were attacked and therefore we are at war. It's an economic war for now, but we are at war. This is serious, and we are going to treat it with the seriousness that it deserves. So, damn fam, grab your favorite bevy, make yourself comfortable. This is going to be a real one, but here we go.
Good morning, this is the Eager Beaver Show.
You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Incorporated podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. PsychicTarot.ca, book your tarot reading and unlock your spiritual journey. And the Pepper Master, hot pepper sauces made from farm-fresh ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. Well, good morning and hello, kids and cubs, and welcome to season 6 and episode number 966, if I remember correctly, of the Daily Beaver Morning Show. Oh, Canada. Always 100% Canadian. Right there. And of course, as always, beaverific, especially now, more than ever. Today, recording day is Monday, August 24th, 2026, and it is a nice day here at the Beaver Lodge. I can see some clouds, I can see some blue sky. I am your host, the Eager Beaver, pronouns he, him, hey, Mr. Beaver A, and not with me as usual is my good friend, Mr. Grizzly. A big thank you goes to our podcast's stalwart founding sponsors, the Peppermaster. If you're anywhere in the province of Quebec, please check their website out and look around. They are doing tours right now of markets and stuff of the like. They were in Quebec City recently, so you might have a chance to go out and meet them personally and try to sample their wares. So take a look for them there. And of course, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvin Moon Publishing. And if you check them out, they also have a special on one of their books at the moment, which is available for free. So if you had always wanted to check out a cozy mystery, you can find it there and you will be able to sample it. Delilah Knight, a wonderful author, I'm sure. You will enjoy it. There's a couple of people in the Dam Fam who have partaken of the Peppermaster products and of the Mystery Mysteries, and I've quite enjoyed them. So please feel free to help to sponsor those, or to well, basically to buy from those who sponsor us, because them are also Canadian businesses and enterprises that deserve your dollar. So there. So, and since we're doing some shameless self promotion right now, well, let's just dive full in. There you go. If you like what we do and think it has some value and would like to support us to do more, there's our QR code that will bring you to our tip jar. If you scan it and leave us a little something, we would be very grateful. Thank you so very much. All right. Damn fam, how is your mental health today? I have to say, I am doing fine. I had a little bit of tech weirdness this morning. Sorry for that, damn fam. Was even able to uh, get everything done early enough to have the 7:30 slot programmed. But for some reason, when I came to the computer, um, the ring light, for some reason, was strobing instead of just uh, being constant, and I could not turn it on or off or change the setting. For some reason, it seemed to just needed a little time to warm up, which was kind of interesting. But that was a new one that never happened. And then I was about to start, and I noticed that I had forgotten to change the decor behind me, because last week I had the Acadian flag up, because Saturday the 15th was National Acadia Day. So, but I figured that today, in particular, considering the overall context, it might be a good idea to put the Canadian flag, the maple leaf, back up there, particularly for this particular conversation. Because I said I was going to put the Acadian flag up for a whole week, because well, the Acadia Day was on a Saturday and we didn't have a show, so I wouldn't have been able to use the flag in the first spot. And if you have a flag, well, I want to use it for more than just one day, right? So I kind of made it Acadia Week in my mind here. But today is definitely Canada Day. And it is for many reasons. One, because we got a significant plot twist, right? As you know, there's been a lot of plot twists, to be honest, when it comes with our relations with the United States of late. But let's say we go back into the story, right? In 1988, it is, I believe, we signed a free trade agreement with the United States. I mean, if we go back to 1965, that's when we did the Auto Pact. But we signed a free trade agreement with the United States. Brian Mulroney did that with Ronald Reagan. If you're of a certain vintage, you remember them being at the celebratory ceremony on a stage together, singing "When Irish Eyes Were Smiling." It seemed that we were very, very, very close. If you were of a certain vintage, or if you've seen the clips, there was a big tense moment in a debate where John Turner was debating against Brian Mulroney, and John Turner was accusing Brian Mulroney of setting us up for what pretty much is happening now. So John Turner was a little prescient, but back then, the concept of our longtime alleged best friend and ally. Of course, um, for some reason, we keep on talking about the United States as friends when the reality, if we're talking about sheer real politic, is that nations don't have friends, they have interests. And sometimes interests start to diverge. And longtime friends start making some interesting choices for themselves that impact a lot of other people around them. And sometimes friends um, show that they've changed, or maybe that they no longer want to be friends, but perhaps would like to be, say, lords. But friends change, and some of the choices they start making as they are changing, and the choices that have impacted on other people start to be rather curious and questionable. And maybe that's the time you realize that maybe your friend is just not all that into you anymore. Probably not all that interested in being your friend. Yeah, sometimes it takes a long time to realize that. I've had that personal experience once with someone I was uh, with whom I was very close, who unfortunately got caught up in addiction, and therefore, um, at that time in their life, there was something more important to them than their friend, or being a good friend, or even being open or even available uh, to receive a good friend. Um, my friend, then friend, was rather distracted by other things. And I tried to keep on being a friend. And when I started realizing what it is that was happening, which took me a long time, but when I started realizing, then I tried to be even more a friend by trying to save my friend from themselves. And you can all imagine how well that went. So, uh, life lessons learned the hard way. Let's put it that way. Um, but at one point, I needed to face the reality that my friend was really no longer my friend, at least for the time that the addiction was happening. But, a lot of damage happens during an addiction. And sometimes you just can't come back. Sometimes you can, especially if the other person does the work. I mean, if the other person does the work, because otherwise, that's just a toxic situation. But sometimes you can't come back, right? The trust has been broken. There's a crack in the mirror, and no matter how hard you try to look in the mirror and look past that crack is right there, because it's like when you're looking at it, it's like right there, right through the face. Um, some people around you realize it way before you do, and start saying, you need to cut bait on that best friend or that friend, because they're not there for you, and they're doing you some damage, and you get mad at them. How dare you? They tell you to abandon your friend, particularly when your friend's in a time of need. How dare they? What kind of friend are you? The other one will get better, you'll see. Just wait. Hope. Think of the good times. They'll be back again. If anybody out there has ever had experience with people who've had experience with addiction, we know that that story doesn't always have a happy ending. In fact, far, 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 far too frequently, it does not. And the reason I'm bringing up this uh, sort of, I guess it's an allegory. I hope I'm using that term correctly. Is right now there's a friend, a seeming friend we used to have that we no longer have. That does have an addiction. They're a little too high on their own supply, a little too convinced of their exceptionalism. They tend to have woken up one day and seem to have decided that the entire hemisphere of the Americas is their playground, and all of us, everyone in all the other nations, are merely their play toys, and we merely exist to help them accomplish their ambitions. Now, as Bill Kelly, and is it Bill Kelly reminded of this? Because I've been watching a lot of content, and sometimes I mix up who said what here. But uh, might have been Mark Hislop. Sorry, Mark Hislop. I think of Energy Media. Um, there's a so I lost my train of thought because I got pulled off. I've been trying to remember uh, uh, who said that. Um, Here, instead, let me do this. I have it here. Oh yes, I remember now. Uh, this is something that the Americans made clear they were pursuing when they released back in 2025 that document, that foreign policy document. Was sort of like their strategy document that was indicating what their ambitions were, and you know, uh, they were calling it the Monroe Doctrine, from the Monroe Doctrine from President Monroe, and basically that's it. The Americans are now, or the United Statesians, I should say, because everybody in this hemisphere are Americans, because it's our damn hemisphere too. So get off our damn lawn. um, but yeah, basically, uh, this my hypothesis at the time was had to do with the fact that the United States knows that its international clout is declining. China is about to become the world's largest economy eventually. India has the largest population with a young population, and they're going to be having some pretty interesting growth in the years to come. When you look at the United States, has an aging population, has a $40 trillion debt, is adding $2.1 trillion or something like that a year to it. with no signs of it slowing down. Economic growth annualized rate is coming in at 1.5%, but the debt is growing at a rate of about 6%. So even when U.S. Treasury Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent pulls a Justin Trudeau and says, if the economy grows, the budget will balance itself. Yes, but for that, which is true, but the economy has to grow at a faster rate that the spending is growing for that to happen. That's not happening in the United States, not even damn close, right? Treasury bonds are going, whatever's going on in the bond market, there's a whole bunch of upheaval there. But they're trying to support the bond market and they're trying to support their dollar, and sometimes they're trying to support the yen. And it just seems that they're shifting money from here to here to here to try to keep things afloat. And Donald Trump wants another $1.5 trillion or something like that for the military. Right? That's where the difference between what the United States is doing and what Mark Carney is saying, right, about spending less to invest more. Was Mark Carney is reducing spending on the operational things to have more money to put towards investments. These are things for which we are borrowing money, yes, but we are borrowing money at a rate that is much more advantageous than the United States, and more people are willing to lend us money than are willing to lend the United States because we're a safer bet, right? But this is not money that we are necessarily spending like Donald Trump would like to spend an extra $1.5 trillion to force protect all over the world and say, hey, if you don't support me in my folly, I'm going to bomb you. I mean, the other day, uh, Donald Trump was talking about literally bombing the bond market. Somebody was asking about the bond market and ways to intervene. He says, we can intervene many ways, but our most powerful way of intervening is the military or something. It's like, what are you going to Are you going to use the military on the bond market? Like the guy's response for everything is just send the military. I want my way. No, you can't have it. I want my way. No, you can't have it. Okay, I'm sending in the military. So unfair, right? You, so this guy, somebody needs to stand up to him at some point, because like Putin, they'll just keep on doing this and doing this and doing this until somebody stands up and punches the bully back in the nose. Donald Trump does seem at times to respect strength. I mean, he surely is very deferential to China. He's in the negotiating room with them, and he surely is deferential to Russia. And it seems that the on again, off again love affair with Kim Jong Un is back on again. So the company you keep, I guess. So based on the complaints we've been getting from the United States, there are two countries that stood up and punched Trump back in the nose, Canada and China, because we were the two countries that had the clout and the scale to be able to do that. Now, China has much more clout. China just turned around and said, okay, United States, you want to play this game? Well, then you know that about 90% of the world's critical minerals somehow go through us, and you need those. So we're just going to stop sending those to you. Have a nice day. And stock markets did what they did, and Donald Trump went back to China with his tail between his legs. Noted, if you remember, not too long. Was it even a week after Mark Carney was there with Scott Moe and signed that deal to have 49,000 EVs coming to Canada and to have those tariffs reduced on canola products, and other agricultural products? Right? So, yeah, China could, and we could to a certain extent, because we're their number one trading partner. It's a strategy we used very effectively when you remember, uh, fast forwarding from 1998 when we got the free trade agreement, which then became NAFTA, which Donald Trump arrived in his first term and decided that the word of the United States, because he didn't sign NAFTA, wasn't worth the paper it was printed on anymore, and unilaterally decided he was tearing up NAFTA. There was no review period. There was no revision period at the time. He just decided he didn't like it anymore. He was tearing it up unilaterally. So at that time, he was saying that the word of the United States had no value. And we negotiated, and we did some of the similar tactics that we're doing now. We ragged the puck. We waited until the midterms. He became unpopular. And we ended up not giving up very much. And then I think on supply management, they thought that the deal that we had made would send their products directly to store shelves, but it didn't. It went to producers. And that made them mad. And then we got the benefit of having that reciprocal thing on oil that we had committed to give the United States a certain percentage of whatever oil we pump out. And should we pump out whatever more oil, they get that same percentage of whatever more oil. Somehow we managed to get that eliminated. That was a big win for us. That makes the pipelines out west much more profitable because we can now actually have a new greenfield oil project if we wanted to and put 100% of that content into a pipeline west rather than south. So that was a pretty big win. Then Donald Trump, at that time, the new Kuzma, as it was called, best trade deal in the world, best thing America ever did. Great. You think you got some security? We arrive now. He wants to tear it up again. This time, not only saying that the word of the United States is not worth the paper that it's on, but that his own word, even as the word of the United States, is not worth the paper that it's printed on. And so at first we engage him because we think that, okay, if we can resolve this dispute very quickly, let's say by July 21st, after Prime Minister becomes Prime Minister sometime in April, gets voted in, voted into a seat, and then because he was Prime Minister before that, I should say. And then that deal does not happen. Right? And then, if you want to assume good faith, if you still want to assume in good faith in Donald Trump after seeing everything he's done in his first term and then everything he did in between, but let's say you are gracious. Right? Dealing with Donald Trump, good faith. He didn't like Trudeau, Carney's new guy. Let's see what happens. We deal in good faith. Right? You're not going to get maybe a little bit of an ambitious expectation to be able to come in and meet for the first time and get everything settled down by July 21st. Surely by August, September, right? Well, we'll have that resolved. Then no, doesn't seem to be happening. Then we have the Doug Ford thing with the ad, which Donald Trump at first says, hey, he might have done the same thing, but 4 days later, after a few people get into his ear, oh boy, he didn't like that thing now, did he? Changed his tune, eh? Then all of a sudden, whatever agreement that we were so close to, according to even Ambassador Doucheface, for those out there in the back rows still who believe the version coming from the United States, well, Ambassador Hoekstra told you himself that Doug Ford was the thing that scuttled that first deal with that Ronald Reagan ad. Then we have Mark Carney's Davos speech in January 2026 that had caught the attention of the world because Mark Carney, already having had enough of this, getting an idea of what the game was here, what was going on. He's been in enough boardrooms. Let's put it this way. Mark Carney's been in enough boardrooms to recognize the brewing of a hostile corporate takeover when he sees one. Yeah, I said it. A hostile corporate takeover. That's what the United States is attempting. That's what the United States attempted. Mark Carney spotted it. He told the world at Davos. And if you remember, Donald Trump followed Mark Carney at that speech and did that. You're not grateful, Mike. Should be more grateful. Better be careful what you say, Mike, when you make those statements. Remember that one? And then soon after that, or during that, or somewhere around that, was the Canada lives because of the United States. Yeah, well, you live because of us too. I mean, that's why you're trying so hard to get everything we got. You know it. You know we know it. And still you try. You're lying. We know you're lying. We tell you to your face we know you're lying. And still you look at us and keep lying. You are telling us who you are. Right? This has been the dance. The United States walks away from the table after Doug Ford does his thing. The United States has all these talks with Mexico and then has its people put out a message that the Canadian Conservatives were more than happy to amplify here at home, that somehow the Mexicans were ahead of us. Maybe there was going to be a bilateral deal between the United States and Mexico that Canada would scramble to try and join at the end. Oh, Canada, oh, Canada, oh, Carney, failing in every way. And then, all of a sudden, well, things start not going very well for Trump in Iran. So, time to trot out Trump's favorite punching bag, Canada. Hey, Canada, you got 30 days. We're going to slap you with some 50% tariffs, and some of these things are not going to be on Kuzma stuff. That Kuzma exemption thing. Yeah, not all that into it anymore. Nice country you got there. Sure would be a shame if something happened to it. Of course, 30 days, as we mentioned, was not an accident. 30 days was the day at which the temporary tariffs that Trump had imposed to replace the tariffs that the Supreme Court struck down as being illegal came to an end. So he went back to Depression era law to impose these tariffs that have never been imposed in this way under that law, tariffs that will probably be challenged in court, tariffs that will probably be found illegal, like the first ones, but will take about another year or so, like the first ones, to resolve, if not more. You know, they might have to return money to us, but don't hold your breath on that, because on softwood lumber, there's about like 10 or $11 billion in some account, money that should be coming back to us, and when everything gets resolved, or a portion of it should be coming back to us when things are resolved. But the United States are just never resolving that, so we just never see that money. The United States being dicks to us on trade is not new, damn fam. Is really not new, right? So, um, we get to this point here where we are negotiating. A lot of this negotiating has happened in public. Our side is not saying anything. The Trump side is saying everything. Meanwhile, you have the conservatives complaining that we are not being transparent enough by sharing with Canadians where our negotiating red lines are as the negotiations are happening, much like the conservatives previously had been criticizing Canada and the government for not sharing with Canadians what their negotiating strategy was going to be. Throughout the entire process, the conservatives, right, have been doing uh, two things: repeatedly asking the Canadian government to show up at a poker table at which we know, based on the first round of poker we played with these jokers, that they are cheating, and play cards face up, because that's how you show you're on Team Canada. You give the people who expressed openly a will to annex us through economic coercion a poker game in which you agree to play cards face up. And everything since then has been a variation on that. Even now, right? We want to see the terms of the deal. Yes, yes, yes. Let's make the terms of the deal as they were right before we left off, assuming that absolutely everything that was discussed in that room was actually on paper. They didn't add a couple of extra things in that room that weren't written down yet. But let's take that version of the text and let's make it public. And when we do that, let's show the entire world what Canada was willing to agree to that far deep in the negotiations, or at least the Americans' version of what Canadians said they were going to agree to, because apparently they were the ones doing the writing. Apparently, between what we said we had agreed to and how the Americans decided to interpret what it is we had agreed to in writing, yeah, apparently everything was written in such a way that the people who wrote it were wearing lenses. I said, how can we twist every single letter in this clause in such a way that it extracts something from Canada and gives something to us? Not exactly good faith. It's like you and I agreeing to share the pie, and you give me a very, very, very health conscious sliver of pie, and you keep the rest of it for yourself. And you said, there, we've shared. Probably not the kind of sharing I had in mind when we agreed to share, right? Negotiations a bit like that. It seems that kind of stuff was going down. Um, at some point, the light goes on. And that's not even the beginning of it, right? That's only the first of the bad faith. They were other things that they were asking for too, like right of first refusal on critical minerals. Hey, Canada, you're a sovereign nation. You're our best friend and you're our ally. But yeah, those things that you have that are essentially going to be the oil of the next century, yeah, we get to tell you to whom you can sell them and at how much. And we take whatever we need first at whatever price we tell you we're going to give you. Now, what does that remind you of? Oh, yeah, that deal on oil we had in the previous NAFTAs that we just got out of. The United States wanted to do to us on critical minerals what they did to us on oil all those years ago that forced us to sell so much oil to them at a bargain basement price. They were trying to do that on critical minerals. So we learned from the first time. We're not doing that again, especially since we know the entire world needs it, right? Our oil, we had a certain type of crude that maybe not everybody needed, but critical minerals, everybody needs them. So, no, we are not going to agree to that. Apparently, the United States also wanted a veto on whatever other trade deals we would do with other nations henceforth. We are currently negotiating a free trade agreement with India. We are currently negotiating one with Mercosur nations. We are currently negotiating one with the ASEAN bloc nations and an independent ones with Thailand and Philippines, who are also ASEAN members. 11 ASEAN countries, 5 Mercosur countries, and India. These are trade deals covering 17 other countries, one of them being the most populous in the world with a very young population. The United States wants a say in who we sell our critical minerals to and in who with whom we do business and how much. They actually tried to slip that into the negotiations with about 6 hours left, with a gun already pointed to our heads, right? You have 30 days to negotiate your way out of 50% additional tariffs on stuff that was Kuzma exempt. And you have to remember, damn fam, that these were negotiations just to be able to get to the trilateral table with Mexico. So these are the first things that we went into that room with less than 6 hours left, and that it seems that we were going to agree to because everybody was feeling positive, right? Those were things that we were going to give up just to be able to get to that stage. We shouldn't have to have given up anything to get to that stage. We should have just had started at that stage. That's what the thing required. We were doing a review of the changes that we made last time. That's all that was supposed to be happening here. The first time he tore it up, nothing was supposed to be happening. The second time was supposed to be reviews of what happened, of what we agreed to. The last time he tore up something that he wasn't supposed to tore up. Supposed to tear up. Sorry. Right? This is and in those things, they slipped in exceptions and extra demands and whatnot that would have essentially made us a vassal state of the United States. They weren't going to annex us militarily. They ruled that out. They said they were going to try to do that through economic coercion. They've imposed a whole bunch of tariffs on us based on dubious reasons. We've resisted it, right? We've had trade with the United States decrease somewhat. We've had trade with other nations increase substantially. So far, we've been doing pretty well at offsetting damage, and it's been showing in our macroeconomic numbers specifically. But this is a different ballgame, right? This is an all-out attack. Um, if you're not going to get us to just willingly give it to you, and if you're not going to take it militarily, then hey, let's blow up a trade agreement and then let's set terms of a trade agreement that let's say, for example, hey, we're going to reduce those tariffs on steel and aluminum from 50 to 25%. And you know what? In the auto sector, we will give you that deal that puts you at 15% like Korea and whatnot. But you know, the more American parts you put in that, the lower it gets. And you could get down to 7.5%. We know it has to be below 6 for you to be profitable, but 7.5 is as low as we're going to go. Oh, and by the way, we hope you don't read the text because in the text, we put something in there that excludes from these exceptions things that you are producing at two factory plants, specifically in Canada. Because by doing that, excluding those two, well, we shut down those two factories as well. Sign here. Yeah, buddy, but fuck no. Yeah, you know, but we won't be doing that today, is the response. There was no other response possible here. There was no other response possible, right? This is excuse me, I think you mistook me for someone who does not respect themselves. Or in this case, I think you mistook us for a nation that doesn't want to exist anymore. It's like, you can't. Here's the thing. The United States absolutely wants us to be a vassal state, a client state, um, resource depot, supply shop, right? Basically, the discussions had broadened to loop in a whole bunch of other Kuzma things that were not supposed to be being discussed at this time. And then, like I said, 6 hours before the deadline on these ones, they come back to the table and basically demand that we surrender our sovereignty before we can get to the trilateral Kuzma stuff. So if you need any more proof that the United States never, ever, ever wanted a deal, that the entire damn time they were just wasting our time, there you have it. I mean, when another country tries to slide a clause into a trade agreement that says that we get a veto on whatever trade agreements you make with other people, there's clear indication that there's no reason whatsoever to pursue this. which makes the reaction of those within the Canadian conservative movement that says, Canada needs to get back to the negotiating table right away. That makes that a little interesting, I have to say, because get back to the negotiating table right away for what? What do you expect us to still be able to negotiate with a country that has openly expressed the desire that we no longer have sovereignty? Give you an example of that right here. Uh, Mr. Ian Lee, I believe from, I think it's the Sprott School of Business. I could be wrong. That one from Carleton University. Noted conservative, noted conservative. Um, and I want you to listen to the framing he has put on this. All right. Just listen to the framing because uh, it tells you, it gives you an indication of where the problem is with the Canadian conservative movement.
I think that what I'm watching for, especially, is the prime minister. He is the leader of our country. Let there no mistake about it. There may be some premiers that think that they're co-leading the negotiations, but that's not what the Constitution Act of Canada says. This is the exclusive domain of the government of Canada.
Okay, so what he is doing here, he is saying something that is a fact, but what he's doing this is here is like he is setting the table for the entirety of the responsibility for doing what comes next and the success and failure of it on the federal government and therefore the prime minister. Right? So he said it truth, but he didn't necessarily say it for a helpful or an honest reason. Okay. Let's get back to Mr. Lee.
And the prime minister and the government of Canada are responsible for trade relations with foreign countries, and of course, the U.S. is our largest. So the leadership lies with Prime Minister Carney, and he must reach out to the Americans. I know he has, and he's been doing everything possible. But that now that the negotiations have temporarily broken off, he's now got to negotiate and discuss how we can get back to the table with the Americans and get around these stumbling blocks, which appear to be auto and steel.
That was Ian Lee, Associate Professor at the Sprott School of Business at Carleton University.
I did remember that correctly. Sprott School of Business at Carleton University. Now, did you see that? We went to the table. They walked away from the table. Then they threatened us with 50% tariffs to get us back to the table. We went back to the table. Well, we went back to the table. we never left the table. So like this. So we said, yeah, sure, let's do that. We sent our guys there. We sent our team there. Mr. LeBlanc went there so many times over the past month. Even at the end, there was one night he came home and he was on the plane right back because they decided, hey, we're going to have another talk tomorrow. Okay, fine, I'll go back. They wanted 50% on steel and aluminum. Seems that they were coming down to 25%. 25% is still ridiculously too high, but it seems that we were entertaining it. Autos down to 15%. If you use a lot of American content, all the way down to about 7.5. We wanted better than that, but it seems we were considering it. heard some rumblings about F-35 and some alignment and regulations on certain things like that. It seems we were willing to consider it. The United States are still not talking at all about anything that they're offering us, except, of course, these reductions. But these were reductions of tariffs that they put on us just to get us to the table in the first place. So we're still worse off than we were before they did that. And we're still just trying to get to the next round of negotiations where they're going to come for more. And here's the question is if they came right away for our sovereignty now in the last 6 hours, what the hell were they still going to come for after that? Yeah, that one should send a chill up your spine, right? The total surrender of our sovereignty was the entry price, slipped in at the last minute to be able to discuss Kuzma. This clearly is not a deal that is going to be helping us. In any way, shape, or form. At some point, you realize that your best friend is a little high on their own supply and addicted to their own exceptionalism. And they do something like steal money from you. That so crosses the line. That even though everybody all around you, we're talking to you here, Canadian Conservative Movement, has been telling you that your best friend is a little self-destructive, and the self-destruction is starting to have collateral effects on everyone around. Right? We weren't being mean. We weren't hating on your best friend. We weren't hating on your beliefs. We were just trying to warn you. Right? And it took him a while to say something. But even Pierre Poilievre, at least for now, seems to have gotten the picture. I said, at least for now. I should say, at least as of 39 minutes ago. Because I just saw something on his Twitter feed. But on the 22nd, 10:11 a.m., I'm going to guess this is Eastern time, Pierre Poilievre, conservatives are disappointed that the United States has chosen to impose unjustified new tariffs on Canada. These tariffs threaten the livelihoods of families across the country. Canadians must stay united to defend our country against these unfair attacks on our jobs and our businesses. Canada cannot accept unilateral tariffs that will deindustrialize our country, nor can we accept a bad deal. Instead, we must continue our efforts for tariff-free trade. There is no tariff-free trade available, you jackass. Stop it. Live in the world as it is. Later today, I will seek to speak with Prime Minister to discuss what we can do to defend our workers, our businesses, and our economy. We will always put our country first. Conservatives support measures to protect Canadians and our industries targeted by these unjust U.S. tariffs. We also need urgent economic reforms to restore growth, protect jobs, and save our businesses. This must include ending blah, blah, blah. Now we're getting back into the stump speech. He just couldn't resist. Ending the industrial carbon tax, repealing anti-development laws, giving the green light to the 500 economic projects awaiting federal approval, and major tax reforms to bring investment back to our country, reward work, and jumpstart our economy. No reform of EI. Interesting. All Canadians must stay united for our workers, our businesses, and our country. So now, of course, Pierre Poilievre painted himself into a corner, right? Because a couple days before, he started to set the bar that says, unless the prime minister gets a deal that has absolutely no tariffs whatsoever, or something like that, uh, he will have failed. So these things that Pierre is saying here, Canada must stand united to defend our country against these unfair attacks on our jobs and businesses. Canada cannot accept unilateral tariffs that will deindustrialize our country, nor can we accept a bad deal. Had Mark Carney signed anything, that would have read, Canadians must stay united to defend our country against these unfair concessions that give up our jobs and businesses. Canada cannot accept unilateral tariffs that will deindustrialize our country. And we can't believe Mark Carney accepted them on our behalf. Mark Carney accepted a bad deal. We must continue our efforts for tariff-free trade. Later today, I will seek to speak with the Prime Minister to discuss our way to defend our workers, our businesses, and our economy, because what the Prime Minister has done is so terrible. We will always put our country first. Pierre would have said something like that had we signed anything. Right? So, given he had set up the Prime Minister to fail, and he had told the Prime Minister, don't sign a bad deal, and when the Prime Minister didn't sign a bad deal, well, then Pierre needed a day or two to figure out how to pivot. And even he couldn't attack us or attack the Prime Minister on the decision itself. And at least he's putting the blame where it needs to be. Conservatives are disappointed that the United States has chosen to impose unjustified new tariffs on Canada, because that would be a little different than what Danielle Smith did. Danielle Smith is, I'm deeply disappointed that Canada and the United States have not been able to reach a trade agreement. At least she didn't say, I'm disappointed that Canada was not able to reach a trade agreement. Alberta has always advocated for tariff-free relationship and will continue to do so. No one benefits from a trade war. Tariffs and counter-tariffs hurt business, workers, and families on both sides of the border while weakening one of the most important economic and security relationships in the world. My first concern today is for the Albertans and Canadians whose livelihoods are at risk from these new tariffs and counter-tariffs. I welcome the federal government's intention to provide relief for those businesses that are impacted. Alberta will continue to advocate for strong tariff-free relationships between Canada and the United States. Quote, and I will be urging the federal government to restart negotiations as soon as possible. With whom? For what? Why us, Danielle? Why are you urging our federal government to restart negotiations with a country that has just shown this level of bad faith? Why aren't you urging the other government to restart negotiations with us on a good faith basis as soon as possible? Again, why is the entirety of the responsibility and the onus constantly being placed on the federal government and Mark Carney, when clearly the screw up in this dynamic is the American side? They are the problem, right? We read to you an article, an opinion piece by Andrew Coyne a couple of weeks ago, talking about the conservatives having a patriotism problem. In it, he said, it is, of course, entirely legitimate to criticize the Carney government for its handling of relations with the United States, and there is much to criticize on an issue that was central to the Liberal message in the last election campaign. But the gist of many of these critiques is that the American position is always the reasonable one, and that it is Canada who is always the one out of line. Again, on a given issue that well may be the case, supply management, for example, but the tone of these comments is that Canada is necessarily in the wrong on any issue, more or less by definition. If there is a problem between our two countries, it must be our fault. At any rate, the onus is always on us to resolve it. That would be craven at the best of times, but in the face of the manifestly unreasonable positions of the Trump administration, including their declared desire to annex the country, which they have demonstrated just now in these negotiations. Just now. It calls into question not only the critics' judgment, but their loyalties. He was talking about you, Danielle, in advance of you doing what you just did. Same to you, Mr. Ian Lee. But the conservative loyalty problem is broader than mere enthusiasm for all things MAGA and long predates it in virtually every other democratic country. Patriotism is the province of the right. Only in Canada has it been the monopoly of the left. And then it goes into another argument from that point on. I'm not sure if that is necessarily the case, but there you go. There is this constant framing from the conservatives of everything in that light. Another example of that is one that comes from the food professor, allegedly. I'm going to put it up here. Hopefully you will be able to read it. See if I can make it a little larger. There you go. It says, important information is emerging from American sources about the failed Canada-US deal. Important information emerging from American sources. Why are you trusting American sources? Why are you, the food professor from Canada, reporting back to us on important information that you think must be valid and verified and everything from American sources? Washington apparently sought restrictions on Canada's future trade agreements likely aimed at China and changes affecting Quebec's French language commercial rules, but no draft text, in caps, has been released. Claims that the U.S. wanted to prohibit all Canadian trade deals or eliminate French labels remain entirely, all caps, unverified. Ottawa should, all caps, release the proposed terms. Canadians deserve to know exactly what Washington demanded and what it offered in return. The claims that the United States wanted these things done are unverified, and Mark Carney needs to release the text. Because apparently, through all of this, through Trump 1 and Trump 2, and entire of Trump's career and entirety of Mark Carney's career, and everything that we know to be true of Mark Carney since he started campaigning for the leadership of the Liberal Party, and everything Donald Trump has done in his public, very, very public career. Of these two people, the person whose credibility we should doubt, the person we should demand to prove what they said is true, is Mark Carney. What? What? We are supposed to believe that the version that's coming from the United States is more likely the real version. We are being asked to measure what Mark Carney says against what the country that seeks to annex is, the country that just tried to steal our sovereignty from us by slipping it into a deal at the last minute. Really? Really? Wow. But that's that's where we're at with these people. So release the terms of the deal. Let the whole world know where negotiations stood at the moment we decide to walk away from them. Let the whole world see what our positions are, where our red lines are. Yeah, that'll be very helpful for us when we have to negotiate other stuff in the future. I mean, we're in the midst of negotiations with India. Yeah, let's just let all of them know all of that information right now. Just make it all public. Dumbasses. Recall Parliament right away. We need to recall Parliament. For what? For what? The Prime Minister's meeting with Cabinet, meeting with the premiers. They're going over a list of things, products that they're going to retaliate on, maybe deciding between export taxes and tariffs, what's going to be exported taxed, what's not. Daniel Smith and probably going crazy. Don't you dare put energy out there. Scott Moe, don't you dare put potash on there. Probably going nuts. Right? But there is nothing yet on paper with regard to our response and how we're going to prepare it and whatnot for anybody in Parliament to have a meaningful debate on at the moment. In addition, if anybody has been paying attention, whatever countermeasures we are going to impose do not come into effect until September 8th. So, for those of you who have been paying attention, but for those of you, again, in the back row who have not, what Mark Carney just did to the United States is what the United States did to us about 30 something days ago. The United States said, hey, you've got 30 days to negotiate something with us, or you're going to get slapped with these 50% tariffs. Well, Canada just did, okay, well, we understand that. We're at 34 or 33 days now. We see your threat, and well, now you have 14 days to negotiate with us to avoid 50% counter tariffs. Have fun with that. Now, Mark Carney is explicitly said that the reason that there's a 14 days is not necessarily to give the United States an opportunity to respond, but you can bet there's some back channel conversations happening here. Right? Why would we reveal that information? Why would we start reconvening Parliament before the 8th, before we even know that we're going ahead with these? It's not like Parliament needs to vote on the suite of retaliatory measures. So yeah, it seems that the United States was trying to basically wrestle total control away from us and to essentially become the entity that decides what we get to do with our stuff, that gets to determine what our future was going to be. And there were a lot of people that were expressing some discomfort that it looked like we were going to be making a lot of these concessions for the United States, right? And are very relieved that we've said no. Because one thing that would have been very dangerous to do is to enshrine the concept that we needed to pay these types of tariffs and to enshrine them at levels that were uneconomic, as the Prime Minister stated. That would have been terrible. And as we had mentioned, right, it was quite possible that the Prime Minister had a whole lot less to lose by saying no deal than by accepting. So you need to understand that there's a domestic issue going on here for us, but all of this is happening in a global context as well, right? There's a global issue. The world is watching us. So the world watched Justin Trudeau impose counter tariffs. And they didn't join along. Then they watched Mark Carney make his Davos speech. And a lot of people paid attention. Now, they are watching Canada stand up and say no to something that the United States is trying to do to us. Right? And at the moment, we have the world's attention. We've had the world's attention since Davos. A lot of people have been talking about Mark Carney. Right? What does this mean? Is there a path forward? Is there a third way for these middle powers to stand up against those hegemons? Right? Is this a real thing? Could it actually work? We didn't have people follow us the first time. But would we perhaps have better luck having people follow us this time around? Especially that now the world is getting a bit of a better sense of what it is that the United States does. Right? We've seen what they do or what they did in Venezuela. Right? We've seen what they've done in Iran. We've seen what it is that they've helped Israel do. Right? There's the world has a better sense now of the ways in which Trump 2.0 is different than Trump version 1. And when it comes to the types of concessions that the United States has tried to extract from Canada, it appears that this has been tried with some Asian nations before, and they actually had agreed to it. Now, we didn't get, so sorry here. I'm trying to set up a queue, and it is not working as well as I would like here. Okay, here we go. So there were, this is from something called CAN. I'm guessing that it is either Channel News Asia. There we go. And take a listen here to what is being said, because this gives you an impression that, yes, what's happening here at home is important, but this is way bigger than what is just happening at home.
Dr. Elms, the other question I suspect that many leaders around the world have is whether or not this is going to widen beyond Canada. Mark Carney held fast on Canada's dairy industry, for example. Japan, Korea, other economies of this part of the world have their own protected farm sectors as well. So is agriculture going to be the next US target in Asia, or is it going to be different?
I don't think it's going to be agriculture, but I do think that one of the problems that Canada had is that they could not accept a provision the United States is demanding that says that the United States gets a veto over what other parties that you do trade with, most notably China. And the problem for the rest of Asia is that many of those similar clauses are already embedded in trade deals, bilateral trade deals signed by Malaysia, Cambodia, Indonesia. They're also on the table in discussions that are still ongoing with Vietnam, Thailand, and so forth. And so I think the question for many Asian partners is, well, wait a minute, if Canada can say no to those provisions, then are we allowed to say no to those provisions? And if we are required to adjust our trade policies based on the whims of Washington, then that's also problematic for us. So I think if I was an Asian government, I would be watching this Canadian dispute very carefully, both because of the rules, especially around third-party trade, transshipment, et cetera, but also because the United States used a very weird trade tool this time, Section 338, which came from 1930 when it actually triggered the Great Depression. That new trade tool could be on the table in Washington, and that would be deeply problematic for Asia because it allows the president on a whim to increase tariffs now to up to 50% with no process, no procedure, no approval, simply because he's decided that it should be so. That is very alarming, I think, for Asian governments and certainly for Asian companies.
And do you expect Section 338 to be used again? I mean, if you had to decide which Asian economy is most at risk of Section 338, which economy would it be here in Asia?
If I had to guess, given Trump's obsession with bilateral trade deficits, the country most in crosshairs is actually Vietnam, where they don't have a bilateral trade deal yet signed because of continuing disagreements, but where the trade deficit in manufactured goods is very high. And if you were Trump and you were looking to make an example of somebody in Asia, then I would say Vietnam is at risk because, again, the trade deficit is high. They do a lot of trade with China. There's a lot of arguments about transshipment at the moment. And so I would be increasingly nervous. And Vietnam's ability to do a Canada, to sort of stand up and say, no, we will not accept this, is much more limited than Canada's ability to stand up to the United States.
See? And that's because we have an important trade relationship that will cause them some pain. But other nations are watching. There are a whole bunch of nations go, wait a minute, we can say no? That was an option? Well, maybe not. Again, depends on how resourced you are to do it. But yeah, someone is saying no. We are. And we are showing the world again. So maybe this one is the rallying call for the globe. But could you imagine if we resist the United States and we're successful doing it, much like Ukraine resisted Russia, except their war is kinetic? You know what that message sends to the rest of the world at that point? So there's a much larger game going on. And a lot of these things that the prime minister was doing that had people worried at first going, are we going to really agree to give this stuff away just to get back? Like, do we just really want that deal so bad to get this US thing off the table so that we can, pivot and prosper, as the prime minister said in his address just the other day, so that we can pivot and prosper? That, yeah, it would seem that, right, we are this move from the United States makes it such that we don't really have any reason to exercise any restraint in our push to pivot away from the United States and prosper now. Right? It almost creates the pretext to accelerate that on our part, but also on the part of the world, all those other nations that are watching that says, wow, this is what the United States is prepared to do. And we don't have as much leverage as Canada does. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Maybe we should follow Canada's lead here. Kit Bucky here says, Globe and Mail editorial commends Prime Minister Mark Carney for refusing an attack on Canada's sovereignty. The PBCon should read the room and stop bitching. Yep. Yep. Hopefully, we'll be able to get time to get to the Globe and Mail's thing there on this one. Before we get to the Prime Minister, wanted to present those a couple of minutes from Markham Hislop that I wanted to show you because he's explaining it really well here. A little bit what the United States appears to be up to here. So I'll give you a couple of minutes of this fine gentleman. Hopefully we'll be able to get him on the show very soon. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to make sure that I have the proper timestamp here for him. Yes, I do. Okay, let's go.
Donald Trump has given Canada 3 more days to make a trade deal. My advice to Prime Minister Mark Carney, let him impose the tariffs. Trump is threatening 50% tariffs on roughly $20 billion of Canadian goods unless Canada makes concessions on dairy, alcohol, and automobiles. But there's a very good chance those tariffs are illegal. And once Canada makes concessions, they're going to be very difficult to take back. So why give Trump what he wants? Well, let's start with the law. Earlier this year, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Trump's tariffs imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA. The court ruled that the law did not give the president the authority to impose tariffs. So the Trump administration went looking for another law, and it found Section 38 of the Tariff Act of 1930. You probably know that law by another name, Smoot-Hawley. Section 338 is almost a century old. It has rarely been invoked, hasn't even been discussed since 1949, and has never been used to impose tariffs. I interviewed Professor Jennifer Hillman about this earlier this week. Hillman is one of the most respected trade law experts in the United States. She teaches at Georgetown University, previously served on the World Trade Organization's appellate body, and has co-authored a legal brief arguing that Trump does not have the authority he claims under Section 338. I asked her directly whether Congress gave the president this power, and her answer was no. And there's another problem for Trump. Section 338 is supposed to address discrimination against American products. The Trump administration says Canada discriminates against American dairy, alcohol, and automobiles. Hillman estimates that trade is worth roughly $5 billion to $6 billion. Trump's response is to impose 50% tariffs on almost $20 billion of Canadian goods. As Hillman put it, that is way over retaliating. And the tariffs aren't limited to the products at the center of the dispute. They hit everything from hockey sticks and furniture to electrical equipment. So Canada is being asked to make permanent trade concessions in exchange for Trump withdrawing tariffs that will almost certainly eventually be struck down by the American courts. I think that would be a serious mistake. And the problem goes beyond the law. I recently interviewed Globe and Mail columnist.
Okay. So, again, right, probably not a good idea to lock in these tariffs and agreeing to them before the court, right, deems them illegal. And there is possibly a very good reason to suspect that they would indeed be deemed illegal. So that's part of what was going on here. There's another part here that I want to mention. And again, it's Markham Hislop. So this one gives you, the first one give you a little bit of a sense of how this is happening, right? And this was uh, around the time that we found out that we got the 3-day extension. And now this is the portion 3 days later or so um, that gets the idea across here that, as he states in the title of this video, that what the United States wanted was submission rather than a trade deal.
The Canada-US trade negotiations were never really trade negotiations. Prime Minister Mark Carney says the last-minute American demands were an attack on Canadian sovereignty. He's right. Washington wanted influence over Canada's trading partners, first claim on our critical minerals and energy, control over strategic industrial policies, and the power to challenge Canadian laws that inconvenienced American companies. That sounds less like a trade agreement than a blueprint for subordination. And here is the part Canadians need to understand. The Trump administration told us this was coming. In its 2025 National Security Strategy, the United States declared, quote, "The United States must be preeminent in the Western Hemisphere as a condition of our security and prosperity," end quote. That's the infamous Don Rowe Doctrine. The strategy claims the Western Hemisphere as an American sphere of influence. The United States is the metropolis, Canada, Mexico, and Latin America are the resource-rich hinterlands. Trump does not need Canada to become the 51st state. He only needs our key industries, resources, and strategic decisions brought under American control. Canada would remain sovereign in name, but a vassal state in reality. National security scholar Wesley Wark has a name for this: Finlandization. During the Cold War, Finland remained formally independent, but the overwhelming power of the Soviet Union narrowed its choices. Finland kept its flag, its parliament, and its elections. But its leaders learned to anticipate Moscow's wishes and avoid decisions that might provoke retaliation. That's the danger facing Canada. Washington does not need to annex us to control our behavior. It can use our dependence on the American market to determine whom we trade with, how we develop our resources, which resources we protect, and what laws we are allowed to pass. Carney described the weapon plainly. America, he said, is using economic integration as a weapon. Tariffs were never merely about tariffs. They weaken the Canadian economy, they deepen our dependence on the United States, and they create the leverage Washington needs to extract concessions later. Wark describes Trump's economic coercion as the opening act of hybrid warfare, pressure and destabilization that stops short of military conflict. Friday brought that strategy to the negotiating table. The Americans did not simply ask Canada to buy more cheese and whiskey. They sought restrictions on our future trade agreements, priority access to Canadian critical minerals and energy, the reorganization of strategic industries around American needs, deeper defense dependence, and the weakening of Canadian laws protecting French language and culture when those laws interfered with American companies. Now compare those demands with the National Security Strategy 2025. The strategy says the United States will discourage countries in the Western Hemisphere from collaborating with its competitors. It says America must secure critical resources and supply chains. It promises to pressure regional governments whose laws disadvantage American businesses. And it says the United States must be able to assert itself wherever and whenever it chooses in the hemisphere.
So there you go. That's what the Americans were trying to achieve before we even got to the trilateral negotiation. They got greedy. They tried to get it all. So us, by staying at the negotiating table, by willing to discuss all of these things, by showing up again when they put the 30-day gun at our head, by getting so close to a deal that Donald Trump would actually outright say that there's a deal, and then us having to pull away at the last minute because the United States tried to pull that on us. And not only did we suspend, not Donald Trump, well, wait, we suspended the talks. And now we are looking at imposing counter tariffs and retaliatory measures. That changes the narrative. Donald Trump is no longer the person driving this boat. Mark Carney is now the hero. Right? We've just turned the tables. And Canada has friends. The United States, well, doesn't really. At the moment. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what happens as a result of this. And of course, this is going to take some resolve on our part. There is going to be some pain unless, something happens miraculously to change the direction that we are going. But the path that we're headed on seems pretty obvious. So, we had the Prime Minister of Canada, who on Saturday showed up around 11 o'clock in the morning to deliver some remarks. Another address that probably the world was watching, but this one was more for domestic audience. But again, always written in the perspective that the world is watching, given Mark Carney and his stature. And again, like the Davos speech, this is a set of remarks that will be remembered for a long time. This is going to be something that will probably go down as a seminal speech in Canadian political history, because this is the day that we are standing up to the most powerful nation in the world for the whole world to see and saying, not today, Satan. Not today. There's a David versus Goliath feel to this, much like was with Ukraine and Russia. And we have a lot of nations pulling for us, just like Ukraine has a lot of nations pulling for it at the moment. There's a lot of nations that really hope that, politically speaking, we bloody Donald Trump's nose enough for him to maybe think twice. So, damn fam, let's take a look at our Prime Minister.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I'd like to take this opportunity to update Canadians on developments in our trade negotiations with the United States. I'm going to go through why we're walking away from a bad deal and what comes next. Pendant une bonne partie de notre histoire, les Canadiens et les Canadiens ont pu compter sur des vents commerciaux favorables.
So throughout our history, Canadians have been able to count on favorable trade winds.
une relation stable avec les États-Unis, un accès de plus en plus ouvert au marché américain.
A relationship that was stable with the United States and an access that was ever increasing to American markets.
Et des règles que les deux pays comprenaient et respectaient.
And rules that both countries understood and respected.
Ces vents n'ont pas simplement changé de direction.
These winds haven't simply changed direction.
Le climat a aussi changé.
The climate has also changed.
We can't control the storm that blows in from Washington. We can, however, chart a new course by building Canada strong at home and diversifying our trading relationships abroad. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous et le partenaire par excellence à l'étranger. For over a year, Canada has worked intensively and in good faith with the United States to negotiate a new comprehensive trade deal. We've been pragmatic, patient, and persistent. We pursued every opportunity to reach an agreement that protects Canadian workers and their families, that strengthens our economy, and that respects Canadian sovereignty. We've been under no illusions. We recognized from the start that America has changed. Early last year in this room, I observed that the decades-long process of steadily increasing integration between our economies was over. Our government understood before many that America would transform all of its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as a weapon. We recognize that sometimes its signature was written in pencil. We worked in that context to try to strike a fair deal on which Canadian businesses and workers could rely.
Okay. Need to stop right there, kids and cubs, because what the Prime Minister said just there is probably one of the lines that will be the most remembered in his speech. A lot of this is him hearkening back to his Davos speech, right? We recognize this stuff. We recognized earlier than most. We said it out loud. You've seen what's happened since. Everything that's happened since is proving that what I said back then is correct. The Prime Minister said, "Our government understood before many that America would transform all its commercial relationships, that it would put a series of tariffs on its closest allies and use economic integration as a weapon, that its signature was written in pencil." They sound like really innocuous, harmless words. But on the world stage, where your word is your bond and the value of your signature really matters, to actually outright state for the world to hear when you know the world is watching. Because you were the first nation when the United States punched you in the nose, that you got up and you punched them right back. And said, your signature is written in pencil. That maybe Kit Bucky, who's in on here, who has some experience in the world of diplomacy, can provide some commentary as to what that signifies in those circles. But yeah, that is a massive statement. That's a statement that can shake markets. So, In the context of knowing all of that, Canada still decided to work, right? You have to understand, right? All of these things that we're doing that the whole world is watching, the world is watching us be incredibly reasonable and willing to show up and willing to consider things, even things that seem on the surface not to be in our best interest, but to give it some really serious consideration, always showing up at the table, canceling plans to show back up when they decide, hey, we're going to have another meeting tomorrow. Not trashing anybody in the media. The United States got that thing. We had a deal. We're already crowing around, right? JD Vance. Mark Carney shows up in the meetings puffing his chest, looking so tough. Well, gee, that comment didn't age well, right? Because Mark Carney just kicked your boy in the nuts. Jamil Giovanni has been such an effective guy. Really? Look at us. Yeah, how effective was he? We walked away from your sucky deal. Yeah, Giovanni's endorsement from JD Vance, JD Vons, didn't last all that long, did it? Didn't age well. Right? So, with all that crap going on, Canada is showing and is seen to be showing all the good faith in the world to a country that does not deserve any based on what they did in round one with us. So again, that sends a message to the entire world, right? If you can't make a trade deal with Canada, who can you make a trade deal with? We are the easiest country almost literally in the world to make a trade deal with. The narrative shouldn't be, oh, Mark Carney needs to call Donald Trump right away and get us back to the negotiating table. The global headline should be Donald Trump, only world leader not able to make a trade deal with Canada. Right? That's the damn headline. Donald Trump is not able to do what the leader of Ecuador and the leader of the United Arab Emirates just did a couple of weeks ago. Get to a free trade deal with us. But the problem is us. The headline should be that Donald Trump magically found a way to not be able to reach a trade deal with Canada. The things with regard to the French language here, Kid Bucky goes, Jameson is denying that they had a problem with French labeling, but was against protecting the French language by requiring U.S. firms to give up income to share with competitors. Yeah, it seems that it had much more to do with the streaming and stuff like that, ensuring that francophones would have enough content and be able to easily find it. Because, it's receiving some advantageous product placement so people can know what's out there. Right? Kid Cassie, like, why do I feel Nutlick came in and crashed everything? Probably because he did. Got uniquely Jillian going, he had one job and he did it. Yeah. Who, Nutlick had that one job to crash the thing and he did it? Or, Mark Carney had one job to tell the United States, yeah, no, we're not doing that. Because in this case, either apply. All right, let's get back to the Prime Minister here.
Our goal has always been to get the best deal for Canadians, never a deal at any price or on any time frame. Last month, when the United States announced another round of unjustified tariffs, I gave our negotiating team a new mandate to seek a fair deal negotiated in good faith. Because I believe that people on the ground, on both sides of our border, want this relationship to work. The bonds between Canadians and Americans are long and they remain strong. A mutually beneficial trade agreement is possible. one that respects our sovereignty, one that builds on our complementary strengths, one that lowers costs for families on both sides of the border, one that creates good jobs for our workers. Canada has always worked towards these goals, even while America's attention and dedication to them have wavered. We've consistently proposed long-term partnerships, while America has often pursued short-term transactions. The gap between partnership and competitor, unfortunately, has remained too wide in recent days. So last evening, I instructed our negotiators to return to Ottawa. We cannot accept what they've offered, and we will not give what they've asked. Over the past year, the U.S. has imposed a series.
All right. I'm having trouble on this particular feed finding the pause button for some reason. So again, a very important segment there, probably another line from the speech that will be specifically remembered. We cannot accept what they have offered, and we will not give what they have asked. Again, here, the Prime Minister making the case here. Listen, we have been reasonable. We keep on showing up to the United States, proposing some long-term deals. We are clearly not speaking the same language. They're offering short-term transactions. It's like they want to hit it and quit it, and we're looking for the real thing. It's basically what the Prime Minister is saying here, right? So again, like framing it, right? Last time when they announced another unjust round of tariffs, we showed up in good faith. The gap between partnership and competitor has remained too wide in recent days. We cannot accept what they have offered. We will not give what they have asked. And again, right? None of this is loud. None of this is boisterous. None of this is spectacle. None of this is, look at me. Keep calm and carry on. Keep calm and Carney on. Measured, poised, unemotional, right? Just, I'm laying it out here. This is what it went down. This is what's happening. This is how I see it. And eventually, this is what we're going to do about it. So let's get back here to the Prime Minister. I believe
Of tariffs that
I'm going to go back a couple of seconds to make sure that we get to the beginning of that sentence. Hopefully this will do it. There we go.
Over the past year, the U.S. has imposed a series of tariffs that violate its commitment under our agreement with them in Mexico, so-called CUSMA. The United States has continually changed the rationale for these actions, from fentanyl to taxes on U.S. tech giants, to certification of U.S. aircraft, to the sharing of tolls of a bridge that Canada built and paid for, to our dairy policy, to provincial decisions not to sell American alcohol during a trade war, to a television advertisement that quoted Ronald Reagan, to smoke from wildfires while they threatened our communities. Another prominent justification for U.S. tariffs has been their claim that since the United States runs, quote, a trade deficit with Canada, we were ripping them off. Also a quote. But the U.S.'s narrow merchandise trade deficit only exists because the U.S. buys so much of its energy from Canada. Canada fuels American growth, supplying 99% of their natural gas imports, 85% of their electricity imports, 60% of their crude oil imports. I don't think they want us to stop sending any of that energy.
Did I hear the Prime Minister slightly obliquely suggest a bit Trump style? Nice economy you have there, the United States. Sure would be shame if something happened to it. Like 99% of your natural gas imports, 85% of your electricity imports, and 60% of your crude oil imports just disappearing overnight. That would be, I'm sure we wouldn't want that to happen now, would we? Okay. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. But that particular emphasis at the end of that sentence had an idea that that was a don't tempt me. Don't think Danielle has got it like that.
And if you look more broadly at the comprehensive U.S.-Canada trade balance, which includes the many services from finance to entertainment that we buy from the United States, that shows a persistent American trade surplus. Most fundamentally, trade is about building mutual strength, creating a relationship that benefits both countries. For example, Canada is the largest customer for U.S. cars. In fact, we buy more American-built cars and trucks than the United Kingdom, Japan, and China combined. It's the same for American steel products. Canada is also the largest customer for 26 U.S. states and a top 3 customer for 45 U.S. states. Last year, Americans sold almost $600 billion in goods and services to Canadians. That's more than $1.6 billion every single day. On the other hand, Canadian exports to the United States lower costs for American families. In contrast, tariffs are taxes. Taxes which are ultimately paid by U.S. consumers. While the United States has imposed a seemingly endless stream of tariffs and threatened more, Canada has, by contrast, taken several steps in good faith to try to find compromise and secure a comprehensive deal in the best interests of both Canadians and Americans.
So again, just going in there, that previous section there, Mark Carney listing in a sort of brief, all the ways that we are valuable to the United States. So we have our energy exports there. Then we have the talking about the trade balance, right? Because we know the United States complains because they don't have a positive trade balance with us. Well, they do if it's everything except energy. And they need the energy to make all those things that they are selling to us at a trade surplus. So what's the problem? There should be no problem. There should be no problem. We're the largest customer for U.S. cars, as the Prime Minister says. In fact, the entirety of the U.S. auto industry's profit margin pretty much depends on us. We're the largest customer for steel projects. We're the largest customer for 26 U.S. states. A lot of them where there are some very interesting elections for the Senate right now, where we do a lot of trade. North Carolina, I believe, does about half its trade with Canada. Maine, I think, does about 40 or 60% or something. That's where Susan Collins is, one of the most, North Carolina and Maine are the 2 most vulnerable states for Senate seats to go Democrat. Michigan as well. This is Howard Lutnick, again, doing this apparently, if one believes, for the auto industry in Michigan to try and boost that. But Michigan is at risk. Ohio is another one. Those are the 4 states, actually, of the 9 races that are up for grabs, that are most likely to end up in the Democrat column if they were to happen. And these are 4 states that are going to be hit pretty hard. And especially so if some of our retaliatory attacks tend to target those places in particular. I believe there was Kit Groove asked if specifics had been released yet. No, no specifics had not been released yet. Prime Minister, after he had this press conference at 11, had a meeting with, I believe, cabinet that followed, and then had a meeting, teleconference, I'm thinking, with the premiers after that. I know that they have probably discussed before, because Prime Minister previously said that he has a plan for every situation, so that they are probably, now that we're going ahead with this, looking at putting some finer details to see where they could have the most impact on the United States and the least impact for us. Hopefully, strategically, will be a lot of products that we can substitute in other ways, find easy substitutes, and therefore easily avoidable for the United States, and particularly, hopefully, there will be some that have particular impacts on some Senate races, and could help flip them to the Democrats in come, I believe, November. How many days to go? My days until midterms, 72 days. Oh my God, 72 long days until midterms, and then we're only just halfway. Let's go back to what the Prime Minister here had to say.
Nos négociateurs ont cherché à non seulement réduire les droits de douane, mais aussi à rétablir un degré de certitude et de stabilité.
Our negotiators not only tried to reduce the tariffs, but they tried to gain a return of predictability and stability.
Grâce à un nouvel accord global sur lequel les entreprises et les travailleurs canadiens peuvent compter.
Thanks to a new global agreement on which workers and employers could rely.
Ce qui m'amène aux dernières négociations.
Which brings me to the most recent negotiations.
Last month, the U.S. announced that effective August 19, it would impose 50% tariffs on a series of industries ranging from hockey equipment to clothing, cement, and beer. The only advantage of this latest threat was that it was a catalyst for more intensive negotiations. Our objectives in these latest talks have been to preserve tariff-free access to the U.S. for the vast majority of Canadian businesses. Secondly, to provide greater stability to our trade relationship. Thirdly, to significantly reduce U.S. tariffs on our key strategic industries so that Canadian businesses in these sectors would have the best access of any in the world. Fourth, protect our small and medium-sized businesses, including by removing the imminent threat of those new tariffs. And fifth, fundamentally, maintain Canada's flexibility, independence, and sovereignty so we can keep building the country Canadians want.
All right. Going to stop there because those 5 points are very important, because if you listen to the Conservatives tell it, Mark Carney promised that he would have a full and comprehensive deal with zero tariffs by July 21st of last year. We want him to keep his promise. Prime Minister Mark Carney making it a little more clear that what he's going after is a little more than just that. Right? preserve tariff-free access for the majority of Canadian business. That would be everything that's under a CUSMA exemption, provide greater stability to our trade relationship, which everybody wants because business hates unpredictability and instability, significantly reduce U.S. tariffs on our key strategic industries so that these Canadian businesses in these sectors would have the best access of any in the world. So in other words, Canada is accepting that you, the United States, are going to impose some tariffs on everything, and that tariff-free is not possible. But in each overall, we want, compared to the rest of the world, the best tariff access. And in each individual sector, we want that best tariff access. And it has to be best and still good enough, of course, for our companies to still remain profitable. It can't be at a loss. Right? Protect our small and medium-sized businesses, including by removing the imminent threat of new tariffs. That's all of that. And then maintain Canada's flexibility, independence, and sovereignty so we can keep building the country Canadians want. The Americans weren't too cool on the idea of us negotiating stuff for ourselves that did not involve them. Well, too bad. We're going to do it anyway. So there. But just wanted to highlight that because you listen to the Conservatives, they'll hyper-reductionism and oversimplification. They reduce it all to one line. This is what the Prime Minister promised he did not deliver. It's much more complicated than that, clearly.
Canada has made offers to secure a fair, comprehensive deal that would be in the best interests of Canadians. We were willing to drop our remaining retaliatory tariffs on strategic sectors, particularly steel, aluminum, and autos, if the United States substantially lowered theirs to levels that made it economic for Canadian companies to export to the United States. In exchange for a fair deal, we would encourage our provinces to return U.S. alcohol to the shelves. And we would take administrative measures to protect supply management without changing the system itself, the U.S. quotas, or the tariffs that would apply. There were some things we wouldn't do. We were not prepared to compromise Canada's sovereignty or to undermine our key industries. Nous n'étions pas prêts à faire de compromis sur notre souveraineté, la protection de la langue française et notre culture. Pour nos collègues américains.
We were not prepared to make concessions on our sovereignty, on the French language and culture.
Soyons clairs. Pour mon gouvernement et pour le Canada, ces questions n'ont jamais été sur la table, même si les États-Unis ont essayé jusqu'à la dernière minute.
Let me be clear for our government, these matters were never on the negotiating table, even though the United States kept on trying to put them on the table all the way down to the last minute. That line there, Kits and Cubs, is going to play like hell in Chicoutimi La Fior. And that line is going to play like hell in the Quebec provincial election, which officially gets underway on August 27th. That line right there is going to matter in those by-elections. We were not prepared to compromise Canada's sovereignty or undermine our key industries. We were not prepared to compromise on the protection of the French language and our culture. To our American colleagues, let's be clear, for my government and for Canada, these issues were never on the table, even though the United States tried until the very last minute. And he made sure to say those in French. I love a man who's strategic. All right, let's keep on going with the Prime Minister here.
Now, in recent weeks, there had been important progress made towards a possible agreement, an agreement that would have reinforced Canada's position as having the best deal in the world with the United States, including by securing the best terms for each of our most important strategic sectors and by providing greater certainty about our future trading relationship. And while we believed earlier this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days, the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little.
Boom. Another line that is going to resonate. The U.S. proposal's new terms were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits to Canada. Uneconomic, unfair, undermining. Pierre loves three-word slogans. Maybe he wants to run with that one. Just saying. And all of them calling into question the reliability of a deal. Well, of course, if you think you're at the table negotiating a deal that will allow sectoral tariffs to be reduced so that you can try to work your way on a path back to certain normalcy and more regularized trade, normalized trade, and the people with whom you're negotiating show up in a room with 6 hours left and said, by the way, yeah, we want you to just surrender to us every lever of decision making. We're not going to militarily annex your country. We're not going to crush you economically. We're just going to seize control through a contract by slipping some things in at the last minute that hopefully you don't see. Just seize control of all the decision making levers in your country. You'll still be Canada and you'll still have a flag and you'll still have elections. So, I mean, what are you complaining about? And you won't be a state. But we still get what we want. That's what they tried to slip in on us here. They asked too much and offered too little. And again, I'm putting that in the context. That was before we even got to the table to start negotiating trilaterally. What else would they have taken at that point? Let's keep going with the Prime Minister here. I'm not sure if the bit of the sentence here might be cut off, but the sentence starts off with more fundamentally.
More fundamentally, the cumulative effect of U.S. demands revealed the limits of their commitment to a true economic partnership. As I said earlier, as a result, last evening I suspended trade negotiations with the United States and directed our negotiators to return to Ottawa. I want to thank Minister LeBlanc and our chief negotiator, Janice Charette, their team. They've worked hard, in good faith, right up to the last minute to defend the interests of Canadians. Now, Canada will match Washington's new tariffs dollar for dollar in order to protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses. Our response will be concentrated in sectors such as steel, dairy, appliances, agricultural equipment, pulp and paper, and electronics. We'll also include products that are currently subject to unjustified Section 232 and 338 tariffs. This is a focused response to protect and defend our industries and allow them to compete with U.S. products in the Canadian market. In the coming days, we'll release details of these new tariff measures which will come into force the Tuesday after Labor Day. Let me be clear. We take this step reluctantly. Reluctantly because we recognize that some of these measures will raise costs and reduce choice for Canadians. Reluctantly because we recognize that some U.S. companies and some U.S. states are innocent bystanders in a dispute that they did not want. Reluctantly, because this trade dispute is preventing Canada and America from doing so much good that we could do together. But at the same time, we take this step confident that it is in the best interest of Canada, and that by rejecting a bad deal, by standing up for Canada, by focusing on what we can control, we will build Canada strong for all. Building at home and diversifying trade abroad is not our plan B. It has been our plan A from the start.
That's another important line also there to contradict Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. We elected you to do one thing, negotiate a trade deal with the United States. Nobody, sorry, that is absolutely, totally, and incorrect, because the Prime Minister has just stated here that our plan A from the start, was building at home and diversifying trade abroad. And if we are able to secure a great deal with the United States, that would be great too. But regardless of whether or not we can or we not, we are diversifying our trade abroad and building at home. That is going to be happening regardless of the United States. So if that was plan A from the start, well, of course you had to reject this deal, because this deal, if you could call it a deal, because again, Prime Minister using the words good faith again, a lot. But yeah, United States just doesn't seem to want to commit to true economic partnership. Right? Expresses a little bit of sympathy for families and households in the United States that will have to bear the brunt of some of this. Prime Minister continues. Oh, let me just make sure that I've got the thing up. No, I do not. There we go.
Canada will continue to pursue this path to build Canada strong because it's right and because it's working. We're moving rapidly to build major infrastructure. We've already referred 27 nation-building initiatives to the new Major Projects Office, new ports, mines, energy corridors from every region of the country that now represent $500 billion in new private investment. Projects that will help Canada build bigger, move faster and trade more with the world. Grâce à Maison Canada, nous accélérons la construction de logements abordables.
Thanks to Build Canada Homes, we will increase the number of affordable homes.
En quelques mois à peine, cette nouvelle agence s'est engagée à construire près de 17 000 logements dans le cadre de 17 partenariats.
Through Build Canada Homes, we are building affordable homes faster. In just a few months, this new agency has already committed to building nearly 17,000 units through 17 partnerships.
Nous bâtissons les infrastructures locales sur lesquelles les Canadiens et les Canadiens comptent au quotidien grâce au nouveau fonds pour bâtir des collectivités fortes qui représente un investissement de 51 milliards de dollars. Plus de 100 projets ont déjà été annoncés partout au pays, entre autres de nouveaux hôpitaux, de nouveaux centres communautaires et de nouvelles lignes de transport en commun. Dans le cadre d'entente avec le Yukon, les territoires du Nord-Ouest, le Nunavut, l'Ontario et le Québec.
We are building the local infrastructure that Canadians rely on every day with the new $51 billion Build Community Strongs Fund. More than 100 projects have already been announced across the country, including new hospitals, community centers, and public transit lines as part of agreements with the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Ontario, and Quebec.
Nous allons aussi doubler la capacité de notre réseau électrique d'ici 2050 afin que les Canadiennes et les Canadiens aient accès à une énergie abordable et durable pour les générations à venir. Parce que maîtriser notre énergie, c'est maîtriser notre destin.
We will also double the capacity of our electricity grid by 2050 so that Canadians have access to affordable and sustainable energy for generations to come, because controlling our energy means controlling our destiny.
Just last Monday in St. John's, the governments of Canada, Quebec, Newfoundland and Labrador launched the single largest investment in Canada's history to build the largest clean energy project in North America ever. Une deuxième Bay James. It will produce enough clean electricity to power every single vehicle in Canada. We're building our economy while taking charge of our security by investing $500 billion into our defense, expanding our shipyards, growing our aerospace industry, increasing our cyber capabilities. And we're realizing Canada's full potential as an energy superpower in nuclear, LNG, renewables, and low carbon oil and gas. These are the initiatives that are the future of our country. Canada is now the best connected economy in the world. Over the last year, we have signed more than 20 trade and security deals across 5 continents. We completed our most recent deal with the United Arab Emirates in a record 47 days. Canadian businesses now enjoy tariff-free access to 1.5 billion consumers. Over the next 6 months, we'll double that number through new trade deals from ASEAN to India. C'est tonton. Nous allons étamer les discussions avec l'Union européenne, la deuxième économie en importance dans le monde, pour approfondir et renforcer notre partenariat en matière de sécurité et d'économie. Canada is building such unparalleled market access because we're trusted, because we're reliable, and because we have what the world wants.
All right. Just in that section there, the Prime Minister in French had mentioned this fall we will begin discussions with the European Union, the world's second largest economy, to build a much stronger and deeper security and economic partnership. When he was talking about the hydroelectric project with Newfoundland and Labrador, he was saying it would basically be a second James Bay project in French. So just wanted to make sure I got those ones out there. Didn't feel the need to interrupt just for that little bit at that time. He's continuing here, talking about all the advantages that Canada has and all the ways that we are looking to make use of these advantages in order to be able to execute that pivot and prosper that we are trying to do. So let's go back to the Prime Minister here.
What the world wants. That's why the world is coming to our door. In just 3 weeks, we'll host the first Canadian Investment Summit in Toronto. The summit is attracting the world's largest investors who collectively manage over $100 trillion in assets. When they get here, they'll find a Canadian economy that has never been more connected or more ambitious. Nous réduisons les impôts. Nous éliminons les obstacles et nous accélérons la transformation de notre économie. Nous avons ramené le taux d'imposition sur les investissements des entreprises à seulement 13%, soit 4,5 points de pourcentage de moins qu'aux États-Unis et environ la moitié de la moyenne du G7.
We are cutting taxes, putting down barriers, and accelerating our efforts to transform our economy. We reduced the tax rate on new business investment to just 13%, 4.5 percentage points below the United States and roughly half the G7 average.
Nous accélérons les processus d'approbation et nous les rendons plus prévisibles.
We are delivering faster and more predictable approvals and investing alongside the private sector.
Nous investissons avec le secteur privé. Nous bâtissons une économie canadienne unifiée. Au cours de la dernière année, nous avons éliminé tous les obstacles fédéraux au commerce intérieur. Nous avons assoupli les conditions pour que les travailleurs canadiens puissent mettre leurs compétences à profit partout au pays. Nous travaillons aussi avec les provinces et les territoires pour éliminer les obstacles qui ont divisé notre économie pendant des générations.
We are building one unified Canadian economy. In the last year, we have removed every single federal barrier to internal trade. We've made it easier for Canadian workers to take their skills anywhere in the country. We are also working with the provinces and territories to tear down the barriers that have divided our economy for generations.
Nous prenons des mesures pour que les Canadiens et les Canadiennes puissent acheter canadien, embaucher les travailleurs canadiens et bâtir avec des matériaux canadiens plus facilement.
We are making it easier for Canadians to buy Canadian, to hire Canadian workers, and to build more easily with Canadian materials.
This fall, in Budget 2026, we will go further to make Canada even more competitive and attractive for businesses and strategic investors to build, invest, and grow. The new U.S. tariffs are designed to hurt us and divide us. They're a miscalculation. They're a miscalculation because Canadians will always take care of each other. We know we're stronger together. In the last year and a half, Canadians have met this moment with resolve, with purpose, with strength. In many ways, vacationing in national parks, buying Canadian products, choosing Canadian, small acts of solidarity, repeated millions of times that make a statement. We're masters of our destiny. This government is matching that spirit with $25 billion to protect Canadian workers and businesses hurt by American tariffs. We're helping small and medium-sized businesses respond by investing in equipment and productivity and supply chain resilience. And we're financing large companies to keep large employers operating and to retain their workers. We're helping those hardest hit industries retool and pivot to those new international markets. And we are being our own best customer. We have the right plan to build Canada strong. We're on track and it's working. At the same time, we recognize that some of the biggest payoffs of this plan, of this transformation, will take time. And that's why we're also focused on giving Canadians a boost today and a bridge to that better tomorrow.
So here in this section, of course, the Prime Minister is talking in broad strokes about what he has been doing, in order to be able to resist what is going on here, to respond to this, what he has been doing so far and what he is still planning to do. But right now he's going through some of the things he was doing so far, right? So right now, like, for example, he's talking about the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit and things of the like, right? So letting us know that, that he's on top of it, and that we are have a lot of reason to have some optimism, because there's a lot of metrics on which we are doing rather well indeed.
So we've cut taxes on incomes, on housing, and on gas. We've introduced the Canada Groceries and Essential benefits up to $1,890 per family, helping 12 million Canadians get ahead. We're stronger now than when the United States started this trade war. We're unified, more determined, more ambitious. With the strongest fiscal position in the G7 and a resilient economy, Canada has all the resources we need to pivot and to prosper. Growth is accelerating. We're projected to have the second fastest rate in the G7 this year and next. We are creating jobs in this economy at 4 times the rate of the United States. Our non-U.S. exports are up sharply. They're on track to double over the next decade. Foreign direct investment in Canada is at its highest level in 2 decades. It's running at twice the rate of our nearest G7 competitor. Canada now ranks as the most attractive country in the world for infrastructure investment. Last spring, I warned that America is trying to break us so they can own us. And I promise that that will never, ever happen. We are keeping that promise. Canada is becoming stronger and less dependent on America. We are already giving ourselves more than they can take away. And we are just getting started. As we observed earlier this week in St. John's, Canadians don't submit to the weather. We thrive in it. We don't wait to see which way the wind's blowing or surrender ourselves to the waves to be storm-tossed by events. We set our own course. We make our own weather. Au Canada, nous sommes maîtres chez nous de l'océan à l'autre. Building Canada strong for all. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Merci, Monsieur le Premier.
So, in that final line in French, in Canada, we are masters in our own home from coast to coast to coast. So there, that last section, of course, again, right, the whole section to give us confidence in ourselves that this is a hard thing, clearly, that he's asking us to do, but that we are going to be able to do it, that we have the proper economic position to take this on, that currently the economy is showing some very, very positive signs, but specifically, quote, last spring I warned that America is trying to break us so that they can own us, and I promise that will never, ever happen. We are keeping that promise. Canada is becoming stronger and less dependent on America. These are words that are going to they're going to resonate and they're going to stay. Now, of course, there was some question and answer period here, so let's get into that here with the press and the Prime Minister, because again, some revelations. The Prime Minister is reported to have written his own speech here, which is the same thing as was the case for his Davos speech. Apparently, that Prime Minister wrote it himself. So clearly thought that this was a very key moment. So yeah, this is where the United States was asking us to surrender our sovereignty. Prime Minister said he would never allow that to happen, and therefore has said no. All right, let's see what we have here in the question and answer period.
First question, Mackenzie.
Hello, Prime Minister. Mackenzie Gray with Global News. I'm hoping you can tell us what the specific last-minute changes that the Americans proposed that made a deal untenable.
Thank you for the question. Look, I would say two things. One is there are some specifics, and I'll give you some examples, but it was also a cumulative aspect, as I mentioned in my remarks, about the willingness dans l'ensemble, in total, to enter into a true economic partnership. But in terms of specifics, I'll give you three, and I know there's other questions. First, with respect to the auto industry, both in terms of the level of the tariffs, the treatment of Canadian content, so Canadian parts, Canadian steel, Canadian content in vehicles, the scope of the tariffs. Americans wanted to limit it to autos only, not include medium and heavy autos and light trucks, to be more specific, not include medium and heavy duty trucks, which is a big change, obviously. And with respect to Ford's new plant, for example, in Oakville, which is F-350s, 450s, 550s, they would have been excluded. GM Silverado, same thing, would have been excluded from that. No rationale, just for exclusion. So effectively moving into a series of terms that would made the production more uneconomic over time. Okay, so that's a change. That restriction, that clarification, that precision was a change. The U.S. introduced in the last hours, efforts to restrict our ability to have other trade deals. You heard me say a moment ago what we've accomplished in the last year, 20 new deals, economic and security partnership. The prospect of doubling our market access because we believe in free trade we're the partner of choice in many respects for countries around the world, and the Americans wanted to restrict that. They had language that they wanted to restrict. Unacceptable. And I'll give you a third, et peut-être on peut discuter plus en français. Continual efforts, always resisted, as I said in my remarks, and always will be resisted. Efforts to restrict our protections of our language, our culture, and in effect, our sovereignty. So elements coming in, ramping up, any of them individually, but collectively put us in a position where what had been on a trajectory, absent those elements, for a fair deal, a good deal for Canadians, not perfect, but a good deal, a deal we would not accept.
Follow-up, sans suivi.
All right. So just making it a little clear here, for example, talking about those auto manufacturers, there are those, autos, but not heavy trucks, exempt the heavy trucks, not exempt them from tariffs, exempt them from exclusions to tariffs, which would have basically killed those product lines. Right? So again, use all American parts in your cars. Well, no, that will kill our part manufacturers. We can't do that. Okay, well then increase the American content in your cars. Okay, well I guess we can do that somewhat. Okay, now on your lots, put our cars, sell our cars before you start selling any of your own, or something like that. I'm not saying that was part of it, but let's say that, right? It's like, well, why would we do that? Why wouldn't we sell our own first, and then if we need extra, sell yours? Right? So basically, they had agreed that they would exempt this, and then the text came back, and it exempted it for autos, but not the trucks. And in such a gerrymandered, almost, right, surgically scalpeled way that, all cars except for the ones that happen to be produced at these two plants right here. Thank you very much. We'll take those production lines and bring them to the United States. Thank you for signing away your right to allow us. Thank you for signing, giving us the right to do that while still accepting 15% tariffs. Really cool of you, right? They were taking us for suckers. Clearly, they were taking us for suckers.
Was Howard Lutnick's involvement in the last days an impediment to getting a deal?
It's a question for the U.S. administration. Ultimately, I'm responsible for the decisions of the Canadian government. We take it as a cabinet, but I certainly bear those responsibilities, and so the head of the U.S. administration, the president, bears responsibility for the decisions they take. But I will say this, which is that the Canadian team, unified, the individuals you see here, their team members, our ambassador in Washington, my chief of staff, unified, talking together, the clerk of the Privy Council, everyone in the loop, everyone knows what our objectives are, collective decision making. As I say, ultimately, I and the cabinet bear responsibility for those decisions, but unity. You cannot say that about the United States administration. And as a consequence, last point, and I'll go to your colleagues, because I think this is important. In these last few days, we were drilling down on specific issues that might have been papered over, the differences in the administration, if there were indeed differences. Ultimately, there's a decision maker at the top. And in drilling down on those, a number of those issues that I just referenced became very clear, and there was not a deal that we would sign. Thank you.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Bonjour, André,
Bonjour.
Radio-Canada.
So again, pretty straightforward follow-up answer there with the Prime Minister asserting Canada's position and stance there. Got something here from a kit on cover that says that the United States, when they said that they were already going to retaliate back against us if we did, seem to have announced some already. U.S. tariffs on all cars and trucks, automotive parts, and steel will be increased to 50% starting January 1st, 2027, President Donald Trump said in a social post on Monday after trade talks with Canada collapsed over the weekend. So that's a long time for him to tackle on that. But yes, from 25% to 50% on January 1st. Build in the U.S. and there are zero tariffs. Canada will be treated like a state no longer, Trump wrote. Thank God. And Canadians cheered. Canada will be treated like a state no longer. Good. We've seen how you treat your states. We didn't want to be treated like a state, by the way. Quote, on trade and in other ways also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada. They need us. Cap locks. This was the meltdown we thought that we would see immediately after Mark Carney released that speech. But we had a somewhat subdued Trump for the past few days, but I guess he just woke up. The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment seeking more details on the threatened tariffs. Representatives from the Canadian government also did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The two countries failed to reach a deal late on Friday, with each side blaming the other as Canada readied tariffs on some U.S. goods in retaliation for 50% levies ordered by Trump on other Canadian products. Major automakers did not immediately comment on Trump's announcement, but auto executives speaking to Reuters on the condition of anonymity raised skepticism about Trump's threat, noting the president has previously announced large tariffs that never materialized and that any tariff of that size would likely spark a massive Canadian retaliation. They also noted January was months away following November's midterm elections and that Trump's threat could be aimed at restarting talks. Please, Canada, don't walk away from the table. I'm going to threaten your cars with 50% tariff starting January 21st. Come back and talk. Let's negotiate. I'm so lonely. You're off the table and your friends. Oh, look. The most beautiful piece of chocolate cake ever. Oh, my God. Ah, jeez. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Kids coming here. It's like, Carney is furious. Yeah, you could tell. There's just a slight little extra crispness there in the voice. Kit Kat asks how Aaron O'Toole, how would Aaron O'Toole know? I don't know specifically what it refers to. I think that there was a mention of him perhaps earlier that I missed. But if it has anything to do with the deal or the negotiations, Aaron O'Toole is a member of the Canada-U.S. Advisory Council on Economic Relations. So he would have been briefed as much as all the members of that committee have been briefed. If that's the thing here. So Kit Lane already and Kit Linda already laughing that the new threatened tariffs only come into effect January 1st, 2027, after the midterms. Yes. And then Kit Kat, the right attitude. Good. By January, we'll have even more trade deals and shovels in the ground. Exactly. By the end of the year, well, we will have expanded our global trade market with free trade deals from 1.5 billion people to cover 3 billion people, because we will have a deal signed with India by then, of course, if everything goes right. All right, kids and cubs. There we go. Let's see what else the Prime Minister has here. I think this is a question that will indeed be in French. So hopefully I'll be able to translate it fairly easily for you. There we go.
Vous parlez de compromis sur notre souveraineté, la
You were speaking of compromises on our sovereignty.
langue française, la culture, les industries clés.
French language, culture, key industries.
Quelles concessions précises vous n'étiez pas prêt à faire là-dessus?
What precise concessions were you not ready to make?
Par exemple, il y a des suggestions de changer la découvrabilité, en effet.
There were suggestions to change the discoverability.
Ça, c'est le mot, oui. Les découvrabilités en ligne de médias français, par exemple.
Online discoverability of media and entertainment in the French language.
Culture canadienne, c'est une des exemples. Les subventions, le soutien pour notre culture,
That's one example. Funding and grants to support our culture.
Notre culture et la langue française, et même les renseignements qui sont sur les produits canadiens. Alors, il y en a.
So yeah, grants to support language and culture, even information that would be on packaging.
Il y en a plusieurs exemples, et jamais acceptable, inacceptable au début.
There are several examples, never acceptable, unacceptable from the start.
À la fin, mais les Américains essaient, et on dit non.
So unacceptable at the beginning, unacceptable at the end. The Americans try and try again. We say no.
C'est simple. Au fond, c'est simple. Jamais sur la table pour le Canada, mon gouvernement, et les Canadiens.
It's simple. Fundamentally, it's simple. It's never, never, never on the table for my government and for Canadians.
Question suivie. Follow-up.
Qu'est-ce que cette nouvelle escalade dans la relation commerciale avec les États-Unis signifie pour la révision de la COM?
What does this new escalation in the situation between Canada and the United States mean for the CUSMA renewal talks?
C'est pas de bonnes nouvelles, évidemment.
This is not good news, obviously.
Mais maintenant, c'est plus clair. Le bout de ligne des Américains.
Now, the Americans' main objective is much more clear.
Dans quelques secteurs, et les limites que leurs intérêts dans l'intégration canado-américaine.
And what their limits are when it comes to the integration between Canada and the United States.
On a plus de perspective à cause de ces négociations.
We have more perspective on it as a result of these negotiations.
Prochaine question. Next question. CP.
Good morning, Prime Minister.
Morning.
David Baxter with the Canadian Press. There's a lot of people watching this right now who are rightfully worried about losing their jobs, losing their businesses in this trade war.
Yep.
What's your message to those people who are worried about becoming collateral damage?
Well, yeah, thank you, David. A couple of things. First, the people in these industries, particularly the industries that are being hit today by these 50% tariffs. Many of them are small, medium-sized businesses. They're in a wide range of industries spread across the country, concentrated Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, by and large. That's not exclusive, but it's that. And they have very much been top of mind. Top of mind, it's one of the reasons why we worked so hard and stretched so far to try to get a deal. Now, but not a deal at any price, not a deal on any timetable. So a couple messages for those people. The first is we're going to hit back. Okay, we're going to hit back and we are going to provide tariff protection where we can, where it's relevant for some of those industries. Steel steel products and others is in some cases an example of that. We're going to provide full tariff protection there to prevent Americans businesses coming in and taking business. So that provides some. But more fundamentally, we will provide support and we will do whatever it takes to support these businesses. We'll be releasing details of this early next week alongside our tariff actions to support these businesses. And we will support these businesses for as long as it takes. In other words, beyond the life of this U.S. administration. Okay, so there's various mechanisms that we've worked up. We'll give all the details in a few days, but think of working through our regional development agencies, also working through the Business Development Bank of Canada, and those will be the focal points for a limited number of easy-to-use but very effective programs that are going to help these businesses work through this period, pivot as necessary, because part of what we're seeing is what the potential future limits are to the American market.
Follow-up.
So on that one, when we're looking at these types of supports, we're probably going to be looking at something that is very similar to what we had in terms of COVID, in terms of the types of programs, probably just not the scale, because during COVID, we at one point we shut down the entire, I think about 60% of the economy or something like that, or 70% for like 6 full straight weeks, and then more restrictions after that. So it won't be anything like that. But those mechanisms that we used in those types of programs could come in very handy here with these ones. All right. Let's get back to the next question.
And in the last couple of days, we heard some pushback from some of the premiers, such as Wab Kinew. Susan Holt said she was reluctant to put liquor back on the shelves. Quebec's Christine Frechette was saying she hadn't made up her mind on what Quebec's response was going to be yet. And Doug Ford was uncharacteristically silent, but he did send you a letter outlining his red lines last Monday. Just did any pushback from the premiers play a factor in the decision to end talks with the U.S.?
Thanks for the question. First, let me say a couple of things. I mean, the short answer is no. So just to give you that perspective. But, and this is an important but, the dialogue with the premiers in the last few days, over the course of the last 18 months, and the partnership that we've established with the premiers is crucial, fundamentally important. The essence of our first minister's discussion 2 days ago, we're going to have another one this afternoon, but the essence of our first minister's discussion 2 days ago was that it's our judgment, as we told Canadians, that we were on a path to a potential deal that would give Canada not just the best deal overall, but the best deal in all of our strategic sectors, that the price for that deal, in our judgment, was worth paying. We still had to come back to the premiers with the exact specifics, so it's entirely reasonable for Premier Frechette or a premier to say, well, I want to see everything before I make that determination. But that our judgment was going to be that it's going to be worth to take steps, a couple of steps that provinces needed to do in order to get the overall deal. I'll go back to Mr. Baxter's question, not least because of the potential impact that we will now be fighting against on these small and medium-sized businesses here. Okay, so that was the discussion. I would, as chair of that meeting, there was a consensus that that's what we would do, subject to finishing the negotiation. Now, they didn't have to make that determination Wednesday, I guess it was, when we spoke, because we hadn't finalized all the terms of the deal. We were still negotiating the deal. And as it turns out, as I've just described, that the Americans changed a number of those terms, introduced new elements, made it uneconomic. And so we're not asking the premiers to do anything today except work together to support our businesses and build the country strong. And I'll underscore that last point, which, and I said this on Monday in St. John's, for the future of the country, the Churchill Agreement, Quebec and Newfoundland and Labrador, supported by the federal government, that agreement and those initiatives are the most important initiatives for the future of our country. As important as trade is with the U.S. and as dramatic as the issues are and the response that we have to give in certain industries, what we're doing ourselves, premiers, the federal government, truly Canadians, is far, far more important. It dominates. Thank you.
Next question.
All right, so the Prime Minister here giving us some feedback on some of the discussions taking place with the premiers. Now the situation for them seemingly changed overnight because they were being asked to consider putting booze back on the shelves and to change procurement procedures. And all of a sudden, they are now not being asked to do any of that, but to find the ways in which they can stand with Canada against this threat here. And it seems that overall, even with Danielle Smith expressing some reservations that maybe we should get back to the table, at least she didn't say, don't respond. So hopefully, right, there are various levels of support for this, but everybody seems to be somewhat at least supportive. But yeah, Danielle Smith obviously running interference here, and again doing the thing that Andrew Coyne says, putting all of the onus on Canada to have to find a way to mend the situation when we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong. We did nothing but demand that we be treated with the minimum respect we deserve.
Prochaine question.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Mike Blanchfield, Politico Canada. You've outlined a few things that the Americans asked for that were unacceptable to Canada. Did they ask about critical minerals, given that their importance, their requirement for it, and how did that play out in what happened at the last?
Thank you for the question. Look, the critical minerals, other aspects of energy, but let's focus in on your question, critical minerals. There is a real opportunity for cooperation between Canada and the United States in critical minerals, just as there is cooperation between Canada and other G7 countries, like-minded countries, on critical minerals. We're demonstrating that cooperation right now. Over the course of the last 12 months, we've signed 50 deals, or it's on the order of $50 billion worth of transactions in critical minerals, stockpiling, other forms. And having the U.S. as part of that process and merging some of the processes that the U.S. have. They have a tariff initiative that they've worked on. We have the G7 action plan, which we launched in Kananaskis. Bringing those together makes sense. Good opportunity. Kind of thing you do as part of a trade deal. One of the reasons to do a trade deal with Canada. So yes, makes sense. Now, in the context of the U.S. putting 50% tariffs on a bunch of our business, trying to influence our cultural support and language protections, not agreeing to sensible economic terms for our core industry in autos, we've got a lot of demand for critical minerals, so there's less opportunity to cooperate with the United States. That is something that is a missed opportunity as a consequence of what's happened, but we didn't cause it to happen.
Did they ask for exclusive access to our critical minerals?
We would never give exclusive access.
And did Canada do anything at the last minute that could have triggered this? Did you make any asks or offers?
No, no. There's a short answer. From our perspective, we clarified what was on offer, and we're continually disappointed by the answers.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Good morning. Very quick.
Okay, that is one hell of a moment there from the Prime Minister. I want to go back on that a little bit. Please excuse me if the go back is a little sloppy on this one.
Makes sense. Good opportunity. Kind of thing you do as part of a trade deal. One of the reasons to do a trade deal with Canada. So yes, makes sense. Now, in the context of the U.S. putting 50% tariffs on a bunch of our business, trying to influence our cultural support and language protections, not agreeing to sensible economic terms for our core industry in autos, we've got a lot of demand for critical minerals, so there's less opportunity to cooperate with the United States. That is something that is a missed opportunity as a consequence of what's happened, but we didn't cause it to happen.
Did they ask for exclusive access to our critical minerals?
We would never give exclusive access.
And did Canada do anything at the last minute that could have triggered this? Did you make any asks or offers?
No, no. There's a short answer. From our perspective, we clarified what was on offer, and we're continually disappointed by the answers.
We clarified what was on offer, and we are continually disappointed by the answers. That is, again, that's one hell of a statement from the part of the Prime Minister. Also, making the case a bit like with the oil. Hey, we were ready to make a deal with you on those critical minerals, the ones that you're going to need for your car, your auto companies, and all of that kind of stuff. But, well, that opportunity is now gone, or that opportunity will not always be there. And we didn't do that. We didn't cause that. You guys did that to yourselves. You could have, but you didn't. Right? We're looking at the longer term payoffs. We're already starting to see some of the benefits, but we're looking for some longer term payoffs. All right. Let's get back to what the Prime Minister has to say here on this.
Next question. Prochaine question.
Good morning, Greg Quinn, Market News. Your midnight statement mentioned part of the breakdown was the reliability of any deal. What do you say to other global business and what do you say to other business and government leaders around the world who can wonder if the U.S. can be trusted from here? If Donald Trump can't execute the art of the deal with friendly Canada, who can he do business with?
Yeah, I mean, if you execute a deal, you have to stand by that deal. And Canada stands by our agreements. We've stood by we're only responding in the context of a series of unjustified tariffs that have been put in place, unjustified under we have a deal with the Americans. I mean, that's the thing. We have a deal with the Americans. It's called CUSMA. We have side letters that clarify behavior in steel, in aluminum, in autos. All of those are being violated day in, day out. They act as if, we have a deal. Okay, what message does that send? On the other side of the ledger, you have a country, Canada, that has a series of trade deals around the world that's expanding rapidly, that will continue to expand. Because we're trusted, because we're reliable, because we have things like critical minerals, many other aspects that the world wants. And so we're going to continue to pursue that. And one thing that we certainly were not going to accept was any restriction on our ability to execute those deals.
Follow up.
Secondly, was part of your calculation around declining U.S. bargaining power? I'm thinking of President Trump's polling numbers versus yours. I'm thinking of already elevated inflation that American consumers are facing, and also, recent instability in the U.S. bond market.
Well, let me say a couple things. No, in terms what we're focused on, as you know, is building Canada strong. It's putting Canada in a better position for Canadians, for all Canadians. Now, it happens to be the case that we are stronger and we're in a better position than we were 18 months ago, because we've recognized right from the start that we needed to focus on building at home, we needed to diversify abroad. Both of those have longer payoffs, but we're already starting to see some of the benefits of that. We recognized, and credit to the Minister of Finance, we recognized right from the start that we need to continue to maintain the strongest fiscal position in the G7, so that our borrowing, and we will borrow, but borrowing for investment, not for operating expenses, and that shift in borrowing there. And let me make this point, because the last part of your question, you know this well, that we are entering a phase where fiscal strength, discipline, focus is going to be very important. It's going to be scrutinized. I mean, it doesn't, I will say to Canadians at home, like as someone who's been in and around financial markets for a long period of time, what I'm about to say doesn't make sense, but it's the way the world works, is that markets sometimes ignore these fundamentals, and then all of a sudden they focus on them. And when they focus on them, if you don't have your house in order, it's too late. We have our house in order, and we're getting stronger. So.
Next question.
Hi, Prime Minister. Tom Perry with CBC.
Again, the Prime Minister expressing confidence in our level of preparedness here when it comes to being ready for this fight and what it is that we are going to be taking on here. Preparing us a bit as well, right, for what is to come, but definitely making sure that we know that we are in a good position to take this on, because as I mentioned, right, we're getting to the point in this narrative where it's not going to be about who can inflict the most amount of pain, but who can take the most amount of pain. We as Canadian citizens have had an idea or an inkling that this fight has been coming for some time now. This news has been everything that's been on the news in Canada for the past few days. In the United States, it is barely registering whatsoever. So when things start to happen in the United States, the American people won't be behind their government, much like our people are behind ours. Right? Their debt situation, their sensitivity to rising inflation, their sensitivity to rising bond yields, their lower credit rating, all of those things are points of pressure that we can exercise. The fact that our government is the 5th largest holder of U.S. debt, and that we could move markets by making some sales, and that we could make even more if we placed a phone call to the leader of the largest foreign holder of U.S. debt, the leader of Japan. Who tends to like us, and maybe coordinate. The UK and Belgium also own a good share. Maybe they would like to coordinate too, particularly Belgium. I mean, they're not a huge country. Brazil holds a bit. Brazil holds about $186 billion in foreign debt, and Donald Trump has started to turn his attentions towards Brazil after we stood up to him. So, Lula da Silva is another leader in the Americas that has no F's left to give. When it comes, Donald Trump said it before, maybe we should consider becoming besties. Maybe. All right, there's a little bit left here. Let's see what else the Prime Minister has. Maybe one or two more questions. I believe the final one might be in French, because there weren't too many questions asked in French. And I know that the Prime Minister likes to make sure that the French reporters have an opportunity to ask at least a few questions.
Can you talk more about what the United States was demanding Canada do with its other trading partners? Were they asking us to impose tariffs on other countries in conjunction with them?
There were elements of that, and in certain sectors. And to be clear, there were elements where we would see the merit of that as part of a comprehensive deal that made sense for Canada. So if you have an integrated auto market and you want to have an integrated steel market, for example, related aluminum market, then and you have concerns, as we do, as the Americans do, about non-market economies, about transshipment of steel, for an example, through third countries, etc., then it makes sense to align, and I would say that, again, within a comprehensive deal, we'd be prepared to do that. But that's us deciding to do something that is in our joint interests, as opposed to being told to do something or being restricted from doing something else. Now, the second point is there are a series of steel and aluminum related. By the way, if you do that, though, you should have an integrated market. In other words, the tariff level that you apply from Canada into the United States, because America wants to tariff everybody on everything, but the tariff level you apply should be clearly the lowest. It shouldn't be the same as other people. It should clearly be the lowest, because you have this added market protection. That's part of the negotiation. We weren't satisfied ultimately, where on steel, aluminum, and related products, so-called derivative products, think HVAC systems, nuts and bolts, anything that's Bombardier products, Bombardier recreational products. There wasn't enough movement. Then there's a separate issue, and I'll just stop with a sentence here, which was language which suggested restrictions in terms of our ability to execute trade deals, which would always be unacceptable to this government.
Follow up.
What do you think their goal was there? What were they trying to do? And if I could just, a second part, what were they asking on culture?
You can ask the first, not double follow-up. Since you asked, could you ask? I'm going to say, no, you can't ask 3 questions. Look, sorry, now I've forgotten the first part of your question.
What was it in trying to get us to gain more control over our trade policy?
Oh, why are they trying to do that? It's a power play. It's a power play, and becomes a question of sovereignty. Look, let's take a big step back. Big step back, and this is what is unfortunate about the situation we're in. We're here for the right reason, but it's unfortunate. Canada and America and our G7 partners, we think about a lot of issues the same way. We're concerned about excess capacity in non-market economies. We care deeply about forced labor, child labor. We want to, and I'll take that second example where absolutely, do we want to cooperate? Do we want to share information? We want to align our approaches and our implementation of those approaches. And was that potentially part of this deal? Absolutely. There's a host of other things where absolutely we want to work together. But when it moves into restrictions and using Canada effectively as more leverage for America, clearly that's Canadians wouldn't accept that. We're a proud, independent country. We've got the right values. We'll make our decisions about who we want to trade with and how, and including on how we work with the United States and other partners. Thank you. Il y a un seul follow-up.
We'll have time for one last question. Dernière question, Chris.
Oui.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Chris Bernardi from the National Post. The government to date seems, at least publicly, to have been very reluctant to wield critical minerals and energy as a weapon as part of this trade war. Is that going to change now? Are those on the table?
We have a range of other options to protect our industry. First and foremost, what are we looking to do with our counter tariffs? It's to protect industries that are disadvantaged by the American trade action. So we start with that, and then we think about matching in ways that have the least negative impact on Canadians. We don't like doing these, but in this environment, it makes sense. One of the things that's happening, I'm going to answer your question this way. One of the things that has happened over the course of the last 12, 18 months is that we have considerably ramped up development of critical minerals. Without a doubt, I can't put a precise number on it, but much less of that development has been related to the United States than it would have been if we were not having these trade issues. It is clear to Canadians the value of diversifying our partnerships. And it's clear to Canadians that, I'll say something, it's clear to Canadians that a pipeline to Asia that exports oil to Asia, or an LNG facility that exports LNG to Asia, is more valuable than just the dollar value because it helps diversify our economy, our partnerships. It makes us less dependent on the United States, I'll just state the obvious there. So I'm putting that in. I'm taking your question transparently and turning it to the positive of how we act to build out this, as opposed to pulling relationships that already exist, and restraining them. But we'll see.
Last follow-up. Dernière question.
Probably.
Okay, so we've got a large section here that we've gone through with the Prime Minister here. And it's not that they're earth shattering things, right? Um, these are questions people want to find out much more detail, like what was it specifically, what happened in the room, what was the clause or the ask or the thing that was the Gordie Howe Bridge too far, that Canada couldn't get past. And again, remembering the overall context, right, that Canada has to at least show in the performative theater part of this, that we are sincere and earnest and doing everything in good faith and considering everything that the United States suggests, no matter how silly or wild it is, but passing it through the consideration thing. Even things that we know as soon as it comes out of his mouth, we're not going to do it, but we still pass it through the consideration thing for form to say that we've done it so that there's absolutely nothing that can be held up to us and claim that, something is our fault. We are behaving in a manner that is beyond reproach. And of course, we're doing it for the whole world to see, so the world can see, how reasonable we are trying to be and just how unreasonable the United States is part of the overall global strategy, because Mark Carney knew that if he was going to have to say no deal and provoke some retaliation, hopefully that this is a moment he can leverage on the worldwide stage in order to get that collection of middle power nations to start making some more definitive moves, right? And to commit a little more firmly to this idea of creating a third way. Because again, they're watching what the United States is doing to Canada, and they're watching Canada have the gall and the temerity to resist, and then seeing what the United States does in return. So, right, we have to be very, very specific and careful here, right? But it's like if you have an integrated market, the tariff level that you apply from Canada into the United States, because America wants to tariff everybody on everything, the tariff level you should apply should be clearly the lowest. It shouldn't be the same as other people. It should clearly be the lowest because you have this added market protection. That's part of the negotiation. We weren't satisfied. So, United States wants us to pay a premium to have access to the hottest market, but yes, you have access to an exclusive market. Then, in that case, so there should be a premium for you too. Then, right? Or we should have a very clear benefit over all the other markets by virtue of the fact that you have first or privileged or premium access. And the United States weren't really willing to do that. How was the United States trying to get more control over our trade power? Right? Takes a step back, right? All the stuff that the United States is accusing of us, right? Like, supporting child labor and whatnot. Like, we fight against all of that kind of stuff, right? Aligning our approaches. Of course, it makes sense when we have an integrated, comprehensive deal that for which gives us certain advantages. But if that's not the case, well, what's in it for us? Why would we do that? Why would the United States expect that we would align our standards with theirs just to make it easier for them, but with no additional benefit to us? Right? Prime Minister making it clear that, you don't like to do these types of counter tariffs and attacks, whatnot. But, if you're looking about what has been happening in the last little while, right? This is just not on with the United States, and Canadians clearly have understood the value of diversifying our markets. So, right, we got to make things happen. Again, pivot, prosper. And the Prime Minister, again, making it very clear along the way, right? is this war. You know, that we were attacked, right? And we weren't attacked just once, right? If you look at all of it since the term one and all the ways that Trump has been coming at us again and again and again, we have been attacked. We've been attacked. So if you've been attacked, then clearly, you know, you've got to be at war somehow. Prime Minister making no bones about saying that. I'll bring that little moment specifically back to you again, and we can do that thanks to the most excellent work of Mr. Scott Robertson, who found the specific clip and had isolated it for those of us who would like to make use of it. Yeah. And remember that, whoops, let's put this on full screen so that you can see it. And let's just remember this particular moment here from the Prime Minister.
The tone. Why does it feel like today Mark Carney is going to war? Trade war. The tone.
Because we're attacked. Like, you're at war when you get attacked. We got attacked. U.S. put 50%. We waited until the United States decided to actually implement these so-called 338 tariffs. That's fine. We've got the reserves, we got the resilience, we've got the plan, we've got the focus. We will respond. We're going to focus on what we can control. We're going to build.
Why?
Boom. That is also a very important line. That's going to be repeated and remembered. All right, let's get back to that last question that was hopefully left to the French language reporter. I think there might be the follow-up in English there where we left off, and then that gets to that last question.
It's the last one, but first, do you plan on...
I can't now. You're
squeezing one on.
Tom tried that.
Do you plan on reviving certain measures eliminated as what previous concessions, the digital service services tax, the U.S. streaming payments for CanCon, for example, those measures? And why does it feel like today Mark Carney is going to war? Trade war. The tone.
Oops. I didn't know that that was coming up in this answer, Kids and Cubs, so hadn't realized that I had essentially scooped myself on that one. So again, yeah, this was the section, of course, where the Prime Minister talked about, that we are, in fact, going to war, if you want to call it that, because we were attacked. So let's see if I can get to the end of this answer, because there's no point in showing it to you 2 times in a row. So hopefully we're on. Actually, you know what? All right, let's go here. There might, I think there was more to the answer than there was in the clip. So let's just bring you there.
The so-called 338 tariffs. That's fine. We've got the reserves, we got the resilience, we've got the plan, we've got the focus. We will respond. We're going to focus on what we can control. We're going to build. In terms of, let me say this, in terms of measures and tax and others, we are constantly looking at our tax system, how we can make it as fair as possible, shift the burden to those who are most able to pay, and in a way that incentivizes investment and entrepreneurship. Right? We are all elements of the following: build Canada strong. It's not just like it is the plan. And so we want builders to put money to work in new businesses, in big infrastructure. We want them to put to work in Canada, and that makes it strong in ways for all. Il faut avoir une question en français si je peux. Oui.
En français, si je peux vous demander de répéter, est-ce que nous sommes maintenant en guerre commerciale totale?
Yeah.
Are we now in a total full-out commercial war?
Ce qui est évident, il y a une nouvelle attaque des Américains sur le Canada. Alors, il y a une attaque, on attaque dans une guerre.
There's a new attack from the Americans upon Canada. There's an attack, so we are in a war.
C'est pas bonne chose de tout. C'est pas notre choix. Nous étions là. Nous étions prêts d'avoir un accord global.
It's not a good thing. It's not our choice. We were there. We were ready to have a comprehensive agreement that was equitable.
Équitable pour les deux pays. Nous étions prêts d'avoir. Il semblait que nous soyons prêts d'avoir un accord global et équitable avec les Américains.
So we were ready for that, and it seemed like we were on the verge of having a comprehensive and equitable agreement with the United States of America.
Mais ils ont changé, y compris les menaces contre la langue française.
But they changed, including the threats against the French language.
La culture québécoise, la culture canadienne. C'est pas acceptable.
And Quebecois culture and Canadian culture. It's not acceptable, never.
Jamais acceptable. À cause de ça, c'est le fin de cette étape de négociation.
And because of that, that's the end of this phase of negotiations. Now the journalist asks his follow-up.
Aujourd'hui, où va nous mener cette escalade? Pardon, Boris, pour voir où va nous mener cette escalade de tarifs d'une part, tarifs de l'autre part?
So where's this escalation of tariffs on one hand and tariffs on the other going to lead us?
Crise économique, voilà une réplique du côté américain qui va nous amener à des difficultés économiques au Canada.
Will it be an economic crisis, a response from the part of the Americans that are going to cause us some economic difficulties?
Prêt à ça?
Are you ready for this?
Oui, le Canada, oui, nous sommes prêts. On va faire tout ce qu'il faut pour protéger nos travailleurs, nos entreprises.
Yes, we are ready. We'll do all that we can to protect our workers and our businesses.
Nous avons la résilience. Nous avons une grande marge de manœuvre budgétaire.
We have
Nous avons des
resilience. We have large fiscal room.
partenaires à travers le monde.
We have great partners around the world.
On va augmenter nos partenariats à travers le monde avec l'Inde, l'ASEAN, tous les autres, beaucoup d'autres pays.
We're going to increase our partnerships around the world along with India and the ASEAN bloc of nations and several other nations.
Oui, le Canada est fort et le Canada est prêt. Le Canada est uni.
Yes, Canada is strong. Canada is ready. Canada is united.
Et au travail. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you.
And let's get to work. And then he gives us one of those Carney winks, as he calls the end of the press conference here. So that's basically what we're doing here. We are standing up. We are standing up. And we are punching back. And we are not going to allow this to happen. Kit Taviji here going, Scaramucci declared Carney the leader of the West. I'm glad you mentioned that because someone we know from our former network, Dean Blundell, wrote a very interesting piece yesterday that expresses a lot of things that I do believe to be true and conclusions I had reached as well based on what this represents for the world. right? There's what represents for us as Canadians as being citizens of our country under attack from the United States. But in terms of Canada's position of global leadership, which seems to be ever increasing, it also has some relevance. And it says here, Mark Carney just laid it all out so the world truly understands how much of a fucking incompetent, irrelevant, lying disaster of unserious people the Trump regime is. Carney calmly delivered a full-scale explanation of what happened at the 11th hour negotiations with America's geriatric, dementia-crazed rapist-in-chief. War it is. Trump tried to turn Canada into a vassal state with less than an hour on the clock, and the Americans changed the deal. Not tweaked it, changed it. Three things, according to Carney, who was asked point blank and answered point blank. If you read the tea leaves, Trump changed the entire agreement that would have turned Canada into an America's vassal state. One, they gutted the auto piece. The Americans wanted to limit the deal to autos only and carve out medium and heavy duty trucks. Carney called that a big change, obviously, and he's right. That's a chunk of Ontario's industrial base pulled off the table after dessert. Two, critical minerals. Carney said flatly that Canada would never give exclusive access to its critical minerals. Read Greer's statement and you'll see what they were after. Quote, a national security partnership covering critical minerals and export controls. Translation, they wanted the keys. Three, and this is the one that matters, the United States tried to restrict Canada's ability to sign trade deals with other countries. At the last hour, Greer's own statement confirms it, buried in the part nobody reads, where he brags that the offer included an agreement to align certain external tariffs. That's the tell. Washington wanted a say in who Canada sells to and who Canada buys from and which countries Canada is allowed to do business with. A reporter asked Carney why the Americans would want control over Canadian foreign trade policy. Quote, it's a power play. So Carney pulled the team out of Washington, called Ottawa, and went to bed. Greer took to X and claimed Canada, quote, made new demands and walkbacks. This morning, Carney was asked if Canada made any last-minute requests of its own. Quote, no, we clarified what was on offer, and we were continually disappointed by the answers. That is the single most Carney sentence ever spoken, polite, precise, and a complete evisceration of Greer's account. Here's the line that's going to end up on the front page of every paper in the country. Quote, in recent days, the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability. Let's try that again. In recent days, the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. And then when a reporter asked why it feels like Mark Carney is going to war, quote, you're at war when you get attacked. We got attacked. He didn't yell. He didn't do the Trump thing where you call somebody nasty 5 times in the Las Vegas casino. He stood on Parliament Hill and explained in the same voice he'd used to walk you through a rate decision that the United States had just tried to annex Canada trade policy, and Canada said no. The tariffs, he said, are designed to hurt and divide us. He called them a miscalculation because Canadians will always take care of each other. He said Canada waited for the Americans to actually pull the trigger before responding, and now that they have, quote, we've got the reserves, we've got the resilience, we've got the plan. End quote. Dollar for dollar, September 8th, steel, dairy, appliances, agricultural equipment, pulp and paper, electronics, and every product currently sitting under what he called unjustified Section 232 tariffs. A focused response, not a tantrum. He even admitted it will raise costs and reduce choice for Canadians. When was the last time you heard a politician tell you the truth about the bill before handing it to you? Think about who else was in the room this week. Howard Letnick, whose CTV sources say he was still nursing hurt feelings over the Gordie Howe Bridge and brought that energy into the final hours of a $900 billion trading relationship. J.D. Vance, who spent Wednesday night at the Hamptons fundraiser telling donors that Carney, quote, puffs his chest out and that Canada climbs down on a lot of issues. Yeah, we sure climbed down, didn't we? Greer, who announced the collapse on X before the Canadians had finished packing, and Trump, who on Tuesday posted that, quote, we have a deal, and on Friday told reporters on the tarmac, I only make good deals. Letnick is a con man, and Epstein huckster. J.D. Vance was gay, apparently, and went by John David last week. I don't know about that last sentence, but that's what's in the text. It's all an incompetent, desperate act. Carney is very fucking real and deadly serious. Every Western leader has been doing the same math for 18 months. Do you take the humiliation and keep the market, or do you refuse the humiliation and eat the tariff? Starmer took the deal. Japan took the deal. The EU took the deal with a 15% tariff and a promise to buy American gas, and von der Leyen got booed in her own parliament for it. Everybody has been waiting for somebody to test whether no is actually an option. Carney just tested it, and he didn't do it with a cheap shot or a stunt. He offered the Americans everything reasonable, let them poison the deal themselves, and then documented exactly what they did and why it was unacceptable. He made the Americans the unreliable party on the record. Greer's own statement does half the work for him. That's the thing Zelensky figured out in the Oval Office in February 2025, and the rest of West has been too scared to copy. You don't beat this administration by flattering it, you beat it by refusing to be the one who breaks, and by making sure the entire world can see who broke first. Carney said it himself this morning when asked what message he sends. Sorry, let's try that again. Carney said it himself this morning when asked what message this sends to international business. He pointed at Kuzma, an agreement Trump signed, Trump bragged about, and Trump has been violating since the day he got back in office. Quote, "We have a deal." Okay, what message does that send? The message is that a deal with Washington is worth the paper Letnick's feelings are written on. Every capital in Europe and Asia heard that today from the one G7 leader who actually tried in good faith and can prove it. Watch what Carney did not do. He was asked whether Canada would use energy and critical minerals as a weapon. He didn't take the bait. Quote, "We have a range of other options." Then he mentioned almost in passing that an LNG pipeline to Asia is worth more than its dollar value because it makes Canada less dependent on the United States. That's not a threat, that's a map. Diversifying trade and building at home, he said, quote, "has been our plan A from the start. Canada is creating jobs at 4 times the rate in the United States. Foreign direct investment is at a 20-year high. Tariff relief for the small and medium businesses in Ontario, Quebec, and BC who were just hit is coming within days. He's meeting cabinet every premier yesterday afternoon. Daniel Smith is already out there begging Ottawa to restart talks, which tells you everything about where Alberta's head is. Poilievre managed to agree with Carney and shoehorn in a plug for killing the industrial carbon levy in the same breath. Ford, to his credit, wrote Carney a letter saying no deal is better than a bad deal and that Ontario won't lift a single retaliatory measure without significant relief. EB said politeness should never be mistaken for weakness. For once, this country is lined up behind the guy at the podium. Greer says there are no new talks planned and the U.S. will, quote, respond to Canadian retaliation. There is news that there is some back-channel communication today. Of course they will. This is a White House that has tackled on Canada 3 times in 18 months and will do it again the moment the midterm polling in Michigan and Ohio turns ugly, which it will because the Detroit auto sector just got told heavy trucks are off the table too. The 50% tariff covered about $20 billion US in goods, hockey sticks, cement, liquor, some clothing. It's roughly 5% of what we send south. Painful for the people who make those things, and Carney knows it, which is why the relief package is coming first and the retaliation is coming second. But it is not the economic kill shot Trump wants you to think it is. What it is the moment the United States told Canada it gets to decide who we're allowed to trade with, and Canada told the United States to go to hell in the nicest possible Canadian voice. Zelensky is fighting a war for the survival of his country. Nobody is in that category, and I'm not putting Carney there. But in the category of leaders of wealthy Western democracies who have been slowly rolling over for Trump one deal at a time, he's now in a category of one. He went into the room in good faith, got mugged at 11 p.m., walked out without flinching, and then stood in front of the country the next morning and explained every detail of the mugging with receipts. They asked too much, they offered too little, we got attacked. That's your prime minister. That's the new leader of the West. Boom. So yeah, Kit Tabby G, when you say Scaramucci declared Carney the leader of the West, he's not the only one who's seeing it. He's not the only one who is seeing it. There's been a great reaction all around. Wab Canoe, fully in support of this. Doug Ford, shortly after the announcement being made around midnight, released a letter, I think, that he had written to the Prime Minister, specifically stating, right, that what he's been saying publicly, that Canada should not be making those types of deals. Doug Ford was particularly upset about this. There's a article in the Trillium right now. Doug Ford on Donald Trump. He can kiss my ass. Of course, Doug Ford, we remember, keeps on saying these things, but it keeps on going to the United States and preaching deeper integration with his Fortress AMCAN thing, right? So, talking a little bit out of both sides of his mouth on this. But yeah, Doug Ford clearly supporting Mark Carney in this venture here. According to the London Free Press's Alan S. Hale here says has Premier Doug Ford saying it was a bad deal. It was a bad deal for Ontario. It was a bad deal for the auto sector, the steel sector, and the manufacturing sector. And we never started this fight, but I can assure you we're going to win this fight. This is something that Doug Ford stated here. Also stated, while we believe this week that we were moving towards a mutually beneficial agreement, in recent days, the United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of the deal. That was what Mark Carney said in a news conference on Saturday. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little. Premier Ford, who had been conspicuously silent in response to Carney's request to bring back American booze, said he believed the agreement was, quote, terrible, even before the White House made its last-minute demands, and he told Carney as much. Quote, I was very clear with the Prime Minister, once you make these deals, they can last for years and years and into decades, he said, noting business and union leaders in the affected industries also told him it was a bad deal. With no deal to reduce them, those industries must contend with the full tariffs from the U.S. Ford said the tariffs, quote, will be painful, but insisted Ontario has a strong, diversified economy capable of taking the economic hit. He also promised, quote, to be there for steel auto workers who may lose their jobs. The Premier is also meeting with a group of steel industry CEOs to tell them, quote, we have their backs. To provide relief to the affected industries, Ford is asking Carney for, quote, domestic policy and regulatory changes to improve their competitiveness. Specifically, wants Ottawa to loosen greenhouse gas emission standards for the auto sector. Quote, the federal government must enact common sense automotive greenhouse gas emission standards. Ontario is also considering exempting tariff-impacted sectors from emissions performance standards that add tens of millions of dollars in compliance costs. This is not good. While Carney told reporters on Saturday he still believes a deal between Canada and the U.S. is possible, Premier Ford said President Trump, quote, cannot be trusted in negotiations. Quote, he changes the deal. He keeps moving the goalpost. Ford said President Trump is the type of person that would steal your lunch money the first day, he'd steal the toque off your head the second day, and the third day he'd steal your running shoes. He is not to be trusted whatsoever. And tell us how you really feel there, Doug Ford. We had so yeah, all the premiers pretty much on board with this. Of course, we mentioned Danielle Smith being the most hesitant. Not saying that we shouldn't, but encouraging us to get back to the table again to discuss what I have no idea. But yes, we have U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer here on CNN making a statement that should make every Canadian laugh, showing some ridiculous, atypical, not atypical, ridiculous, typical American bravado.
I think the market knows that at the end of the day, this is 5% of imports from Canada. It's 0.06% of our overall consumption in this economy. So there's no possible way it can really affect U.S. well-being, right?
Oh, child. If that is not an answer that understands the price of everything, but the value of nothing, that would be one. Looking at the markets, the Dow up 150 at the moment. The TSX not even down 5 points. So far, the threat is not registering. Gold price up $51 at the moment. If we're looking at the bond yields, pretty much flat on the U.S. 30-year. I'm going to guess it's probably the same on the 10-year. Pretty much flat as well. Let's take a look at the Canadian 30-year, pretty much flat again as well. The 10, so not much movement in the bond market. There's very little reaction to this, which is really interesting. See if we can take a look if there's anything with regard to the Canadian dollar. Again, down about 0.5% relative to the US. Again, just no major reactions here happening with that. So let's see, who else did we have? We had like pretty much all the premiers are on the record here, but Christine Fréchette making it clear here that our identity is not negotiable, saying specifically here in a press idea, I approve the idea that we should not sign this agreement, though I know that there will be damages and that there will be important impacts. It is not true that we are going to let other people dictate to us who we are and that we are going to change our nature to please the Americans. No way. So that is Christine Fréchette. She had a written statement here as well. We take notice of the failure of the negotiations between Canada and the United States. The American administration has once again chosen confrontation. New tariffs will apply to our businesses and our small and medium enterprises in all regions of Quebec. They will have a direct impact on our economy and on workers from Quebec. As Prime Minister of Quebec, or as Premier of Quebec, my priority is clear: protect our economy, our businesses, and our workers. The Quebec will not sit idle while our businesses are attacked with full force. I will bring together my Council of Ministers this morning in order to put in place the measures that are necessary to support businesses and the workers that will be affected. I will also exchange with the federal government and ask that assistance measures be put in place. The province of Quebec will, sorry, she didn't say the province of Quebec, she said Quebec will be present to defend its interests and to do all that is necessary to protect our economy. Our team is mobilized. We will get through this period of difficulty together and with determination and with one priority in mind: to defend Quebecers. So that was her position on that yesterday. Taking a look here at Premier David Eby, who had a little bit of a message here. So I will bring you a short little clip here. British Columbia, Ontario, and Quebec, the three provinces that will have the highest effective tariff rates imposed on them as a result of this having happened. So this is Premier Eby here.
The U.S. has hit the Canadian economy with another set of tariffs. This time it's up to 50% on key sectors for British Columbia. I know many of you are angry. I'm angry too. Many of you may also be anxious or scared about what's ahead and what this will mean for you, your family, and your community. The Prime Minister's been clear. Canada will do whatever it takes to support those who are impacted and protect our country. BC will be there too, and we will stand shoulder to shoulder from coast to coast. We didn't ask for this fight, but we will win it by standing together and standing up for this great country.
So that's what we have at David Eby, showing some solidarity here with the Prime Minister and the federal government, stating here that the United States can't take Canada for granted. that would not be a good thing. Again, mentioning here the suggestion that Canada would not trade with other countries or reduce our trade with other countries because the Americans tell us to would reduce us to the economic equivalent of the 51st state, but with no voting rights, of course. David Eby reminding us that even Russian forest products have better access to the U.S. market right now than Canadian forest products. And in that environment, the idea that we would be stocking U.S. liquor is absurd. Wow. Also says here, the idea that you can simultaneously attack Canadians and also benefit from what's in Canada, which the rest of the world also wants, is an absurd one. It makes no sense. And it is reflective of this administration's entire approach to the relationship with Canada. They want to have all the benefits of a relationship with Canada, but they also want to punish Canadian workers, to bully us, to tell us who we can trade with. It's the definition of an abusive relationship. The Americans, to put it politely, are taking us for granted, and they don't clearly understand how significant and entrenched our relationship is and how much they benefit from it. The idea that our relationship with the United States is going to go back to what it was is folly. It has changed. It will not go back. Again, so the three premiers of the three provinces that are most effective are not having it. Just about 25, maybe a little more than 25 minutes ago, half an hour ago, maybe a little more, Susan Holt, Premier of New Brunswick, had a few things to say here. And let's bring those to you.
As Team Canada, we want to see the largest impact on the US with the smallest impact on New Brunswick and on Canada. So picking those things that are going to be irritants to them, I think we want to see something targeted. I think we need to see something that is going to hit them where it hurts and have an impact.
Do you take Trump and the US making an attempt to force changes to those regulations in this failed deal as another shot across the bow at our country's sovereignty and identity?
Yes. I mean, there were very clear expressions of that in the conditions that the U.S. offered in trying to control who we could and couldn't form future trade agreements with. We do see in the president and his team's actions and words an attempt to control Canada and to insert themselves over our sovereignty in ways that are unacceptable. As Team Canada.
So there you go. Susan Holt making her position clear as well. Going down the list, if we have the opportunity to check out a few more here. Let's see what Tim Houston had to say. He was commenting on this type of stuff. Tim Houston, obviously, has been a little more media present. So had some time on Power and Politics, but also put this statement out. Canada's negotiating team tried to secure a deal for Canadians, which I forcefully and vocally supported. I continue to stand ready to support and work with the Prime Minister. We will work together to do everything possible to protect the massive number of Nova Scotian and Canadian families, workers, and businesses that have now been added to the large list of those directly impacted by President Trump's devastating tariffs. It's clear that we cannot trust or rely on the United States as we once did. This reality must make us more determined than ever to make Nova Scotia and Canada stronger. For Nova Scotia, that means developing our own energy, developing our own natural resources, and finding new markets for Nova Scotian goods and services. We have tremendous opportunities, and I'm fully committed to seizing them. Building up Nova Scotia is the only true path to protecting our future. Potential doesn't build hospitals and roads, turning potential into reality does. This is our time to find the common ground necessary to build. This is how we make ourselves stronger and protect our future. Let's make it happen. Let's go, Canada. So that was the Premier of Nova Scotia. If we're looking at the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, who recently had a bit of a shuffle of his team, Says here, Newfoundland and Labrador stands firmly with Team Canada, and I want to thank the negotiating team for their hard work and dedication in navigating discussions with an unpredictable partner. The Prime Minister has my full support as we maintain a united Team Canada approach. Newfoundland and Labrador stands ready to do its part. So we have that. Let's see, Kids and Cubs, if we have something from PEI. I don't think so from what I can tell, but I'm pretty sure that there should be. There we go. Statement by Premier Lance on the suspension of Canada U.S. tariffs. Says here, the breakdown of the Canada-U.S. trade negotiations was not the news any of us wanted to hear. I know this was a difficult decision for Prime Minister Mark Carney, but I want to be very clear, it was absolutely the right one for our country. Canada went to the table looking for a fair deal, but there are some things we should never be willing to trade away simply for the sake of reaching an agreement. We will never accept terms that undermine Canadian industry, Canadian workers, or national sovereignty. These are unjustified tariffs being imposed by the United States, and the unfortunate reality is that they will have a real and direct impact on business, workers, and families here in Prince Edward Island and across Canada. I want to thank Prime Minister Carney, Minister Dominic LeBlanc, Chief Negotiator Janice Charette, and the entire Canadian negotiating team for their leadership and close collaboration with First Ministers throughout these negotiations. Here at home, our job is now to stand with island workers, businesses, and families to make sure our province is ready for what comes next. Our government is immediately convening Cabinet and the Cabinet Committee on Trade Relations to assess what these latest U.S. trade actions mean for Prince Edward Island. We will review the supports already in place for businesses and workers and make adjustments where they are needed. We will continue to support the industries that are the backbone of our economy, help island businesses diversify their markets, and pursue strategic investments that strengthen our economy for the long term. Because our response cannot only be about getting through the days and weeks ahead, it also has to be about building a stronger island economy for the future. We cannot control how the decisions being made in Washington are. We cannot control the decisions being made in Washington, but we can control how we respond here at home, and every islander has a part to play. When you have the chance, buy local and buy Canadian. Every dollar spent on an island or Canadian product supports the worker who made it, the farmer who grew it, the fisher who caught it, the producer who processed it, and the business that put it on the shelf. Where we spend our hard-earned money matters. Those choices add up. There's uncertainty ahead, and we should be honest about that, but islanders know how to meet difficult moments. We'll pull together, we look out for one another, and when something matters, we stand up for it. That is what Canada is doing now, and that is what our government will continue to do for our province. We will stand up for our businesses, we will stand up for our workers, and we will make sure islanders have the support they need in the days ahead. There will be challenges, but I have every confidence in our province and in the people who call it home. We will get through this, and we will do it together. That is the government of Prince Edward Island. Wab Canoe, as you know, came out in full force prior to this decision, and asked Canadians not to buy the booze if it was put back on the shelves. Mr. Canoe, I think, was the first premier out before the cameras to make some comments, even though Doug Ford's comments that he had sent to the Prime Minister but hadn't released publicly until then were first to actually come out in all of the responses. But to here, we have Premier Canoe given a bit of his take here, stating his solidarity.
Everybody's got Prime Minister Carney's back today. We're all united, and we're also united in our disappointment in the American administration. American people are good people, but right now they're being led by some misguided people.
So that was Premier Wab Canoe making that statement. He also had a few others that were interesting during his conference. Even the MAGA hat wearing American crowd should realize he doesn't care. He's out there talking about let them eat cake type of comments. He's not in touch. He doesn't care about the American people and the cost of living. He only cares about making his family richer. Wab Canoe on Canadian trade team. I got their back 100%. I think they did the right thing by walking away. I think all Canadians are united in the pride that we feel for our country and the disappointment we feel for Donald Trump and his administration. We're fighting for you. The red maple leaf is stronger than that guy with the red hat down south. About getting back to the table, Rob Canoe says, I'm sure there's a desire to get back to the table, but we should recognize that the Trump administration and the president are deeply flawed. He's got 2 more years left in office, and we should be prepared to duke it out for 2 years. And then hopefully sanity will return to America. Damn. So Wab Canoe not being subtle as well. We get to Premier Scott Moe. Hopefully, there will be some reaction from him. I'm looking here. We had the leader of the opposition in Saskatchewan who did something a little interesting, Carla Beck. On Tuesday, Scott Moe celebrated and declared that a trade deal had been reached. Now we know there is no trade deal, and Donald Trump will impose job-killing tariffs on our industry starting today. This is the time to fight back, starting with immediately removing American alcohol from Saskatchewan shelves. It was both a mistake and act of cowardice to reshelve it in the first place, as Scott Moe did last year. But Scott Moe has refused to fight back. Instead, he's been the first and fastest to cave into Trump's demands. He was the first to demand that Canada not respond to Trump's economic warfare, and he was the first to fly to celebrate the biggest cheerleader of Trump's tariffs, Lindsey Graham, one of the architects of the unfair tariffs that killed more than 100 jobs at the sawmill in Big River. We need a plan to respond and defend our economy and workers. If Scott Moe had been working towards such a plan instead of celebrating, we would be in a stronger position. Saskatchewan people have been standing up for Canada since this trade war began. It's long past time Premier of Saskatchewan stood with them. So there we go. That's what an attack kind of looks like from the opposition. With regard to the events itself, the Premier of Saskatchewan said specifically, as of today, the United States is violating the CUSMA trade deal. They've been violating it way before today. Premier Moe. The new 50% U.S. tariff on some Canadian goods are a clear violation of CUSMA and a clear indication that the current U.S. administration cannot be trusted to live up to its own trade deals. Over the past few days, the Canadian government, with the support of all premiers, was working towards a deal that would have avoided those new tariffs and reduced some of the tariffs previously imposed by the United States. Last-minute changes by U.S. negotiators undermined the fairness and reliability of the deal. Saskatchewan has also been clear that any attempt by the United States to influence or place conditions on Canada's trade relationship with other nations is a non-starter. Decisions about who Canada trades with must be made by Canada. Saskatchewan, more than any other province, is diversifying its trade to other countries, and that will not be compromised. For those reasons, the Prime Minister made the right decision to not accept an unfair and unreliable deal, and we support the Prime Minister's decision to enact dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs on targeted U.S. products. Let's be clear, this won't be easy. All tariffs hurt real businesses and kill real jobs on both sides of the border. They drive up the cost of living for families. That's why we should always be doing everything we can to avoid, reduce, and remove tariffs. I believe the federal government did that, but in the end, the U.S. administration chose to stick with this failed economic policy, and Canada must respond accordingly. Saskatchewan supports Canada's response. Of course, we read you the result or the response from the Premier of Alberta, suggesting that she was disappointed and that we should get back to the table as soon as possible. Again, to do what? Not sure. But yeah, that's her position. Now, again, for Danielle Smith, that is support. But yeah, it's not ideal here. Looking to see if there's anything from our northern premiers here. I'm looking at Nunavut, and the most recent thing is some coordinated measures from the government of Nunavut to respond to U.S. tariffs. But from that's from March here. So I'm not seeing anything here. I'll just take one more look in another place in case there happens to be something from Premier John Mayne. And it does not seem to be at this moment. All right, that's okay. Let's see whether or not there is something from the Premier of Newfoundland, not Newfoundland, of Yukon, Curry Dixon, because there might be some response there. Not seeing anything here as well. Let me just see if there's anything. Again, Yukon Premier agreed to reverse U.S. boycott if we could get a deal, but not seeing anything from the Premier there on this. Doesn't mean that there isn't any. I just can't seem to find them, which is not all that odd for the Northern Territory. Sometimes the news does not get out as quickly as it should. Taking a look to see if there's anything from the Premier of the Northwest Territories, which could be helpful, but again, do not see anything here for you. I'm going to check to see if there's anything on the government website here. Sometimes there is. So we're in the news section. No, nothing. Oh, maybe. Yes, we go. Yes, we do have one. Finally, something from the north. Premier R.J. Simpson issued the following statement today in response to the United States imposing new tariffs on Canadian goods following recent Canada-U.S. trade negotiations. After weeks of negotiations and real progress towards an agreement, it is deeply disappointing that the United States has chosen to move ahead with new tariffs. These measures will hurt workers, families, and businesses on both sides of the border. Canada came to the table in good faith, and the Prime Minister was right to hold the line for a fairer agreement rather than accept a deal at any cost. The Northwest Territory stands with the Prime Minister and with Team Canada. We support a strong, coordinated response to defend Canadian interests and support the workers, businesses, and industries most affected. Canada is also building more economic strength here at home. We are breaking down barriers within our own country, diversifying our trade, developing Canadian resources, and advancing nation-building infrastructure that will connect our country, strengthen our sovereignty, and open new markets. The North is a big part of that work. We are advancing projects like the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Arctic Economic and Security Corridor, and the Tulsan Hydro Expansion, while advancing critical mineral development and other resources Canada and our allies need. The projects we are advancing in the North will create jobs, strengthen Canadian supply chains, open new markets, and make Canada more self-reliant. They are an important part of the nation-building work ahead. The North is ready to build. We will keep growing with Canada, Indigenous governments, and other partners to grow our economy, create opportunities for Northerners, strengthen our sovereignty, and help build a stronger Canada. And that, Kits and Cubs, is going around the horn and making sure that we picked out every premier and see where they stand. A rather impressive show of unity from the Canadian political sphere. So there you go, Kits and Cubs. I believe that is as comprehensive a view that I can bring to you. I'm just looking at the time and realized I went over 4 hours, and I don't even know where the time went because there was so much stuff. Yeah. Wow. So there, Kits and Cubs, that is what we have for you today. We hope that you loved listening to us because we love making this for you. Remember, sharing is caring. Word of mouth is priceless. Tell your peeps and poops all about us. Really means the world to us that you do. Having some looking at some of the chat messages here. Kit Kellyanne saying here, in my opinion, American people are gaslighting themselves as to the seriousness of the crisis as well as delusional. They are exceptional, which is enabling the abhorrent behavior. No accountability. Yes, indeed. Oh, man. So, yeah, Kits and Cubs. Yeah, Kit Tabby G, this is a huge event to cover and one Beaver episode, right? And that's just like, right, our reaction, right? There's a reaction of markets. We've had people like former finance ministers like Chrystia Freeland come out and make some statements with regard to that. There's been some excellent journalism by David Cochrane. There's been some excellent journalism by Josh Wingrove in particular, who presented a very good primer, I guess, or a short review of what how things had happened up until then. But he's a journalist I would follow. He brought us some insights from the Canadian ambassador. Said Canada's ambassador to the U.S., Mark Wiseman, tells me that trade talks didn't collapse over any one issue, but over several, where the written text surprised the Canadians and wasn't what they thought they had agreed to. Wiseman said that as top lines talks continued, the details were consistently being drawn up in the most negative interpretation of the broad strokes. There was no animus, but it just became clear that they would not be able to square all that off by the U.S. imposed deadline, he said. Quote, we're just not willing at the end of the day to accept terms that were unfair, uneconomic, and actually, called into question the reliability of the deal, he told me. And per Wiseman, quote, Carney's comments about constraining other deals weren't about China or any one country. The French fracas is over digital streaming, and Carney's September 8th retaliatory tariff date isn't meant to be seen as a negotiating window per se. So Josh Wingrove bringing us some good reporting there in real time about what was going on. Of course, he has also said here that Carney's government is preparing for the long haul after U.S. trade talks collapsed. His team has little expectation of talks before the midterms and is preparing an aid package to outlast the Trump term of need be, per sources. Wow. Okay. Donald Trump had something go out this morning, him losing his mind. Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. The ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products has made life impossible for these great American patriots and has long created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries. Yeah, I'm sure the farmers really think that you care about them after they saw what you just did to the beef farmers. But keep going, buddy boy. Not sustainable and not anymore. On January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, and both large and small automotive parts and steels will be increased to 50%. Built in the U.S. and there are zero tariffs. Yeah, right. Build in the U.S. and have ICE shoot you while you're going down to while you're making your way to work. So, Canada will be treated like a state no longer. On trade and in other ways also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada. They need us. They do 95% of their business with the United States. With us, the exact opposite. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. No, Donald Trump, you do not do 95% of your business outside of Canada. We're still your number one trading partner. You do need us. We have everything that you need to keep your economy going. That's why you were trying to steal it all from us. Because you need it. You can't steal something from somebody else and then say you never needed it or didn't want it. It's like, come on, dude, please. But yeah, so that's him there. Get Donny Boy getting a little all worked up there. Yeah, there's lots of other aspects of this at the moment here. But yeah, obviously there's some back channel stuff. We will see whether or not there's going to be an attempt to try to reopen this in some way before our counter tariffs go into effect. So kids and cubs, that's the end of this episode of the Daily Beaver Morning Show. We hope that you love listening to us because we love making this for you. Remember, sharing is caring. Word of mouth is priceless. Let your peeps and poops know all about us. We really appreciate it when you do. If you could, please, kids and cubs, scan this QR code if you're not already watching on our YouTube page and click our buttons like, share, and subscribe. Really means the world to us that you do. And if you're watching live and if you've stayed this entire time, remember that if you smash before you leave, you don't have to, if you smash early, you don't have to remember to do it before you leave. So there you go. Click on our notification thing as well. Select all to be sure that you do not miss an episode of ours at all. And my mouth is starting to get very, very tired, and I'm very much out of beaver moistener. I just got a couple of drops left, so a lot to get through here. All right. So there you go. Please do help us. Some of you have noticed, Kits and Cubs, that we have crossed the 32,000 subscribers. We're on a subscriber drive at the moment. So hopefully, if you're new here, you enjoy what we have for you. And we thank you for dropping by. If you would like to support our show, we would really love to receive it, especially if it is some financial support, because, now that we're independent, our costs are much higher this year to bring this to you than they were. And whatever you are able to contribute is very helpful. So yes, please support us via our coffee page, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, all in one word. We get about 95 to 97% of your donation when you donate through our coffee page. And we wanted to take the time specifically to send a shout out to a lovely person. Hopefully I can see it here. Okay, it's not appearing here, which is very weird. So I will go to the coffee page itself to pick it up because the other night when we did our midnight show, bringing to you the developments that we had walked away, a lovely person. We had some people tune in live that never get to see us typically. Because we're on at different times. So a big thank you to Kit John, Mr. Pokemon Evolution, sending love from Australia with a wonderful, beautiful, generous expression of enthusiasm sent to us for our coverage of what was going on. Wondering if that might be a Canadian expat in Australia, or just an Australian that is also tired of Donald Trump and are really happy that we were bopping them on the nose. But we did receive a wonderful donation, so thank you. And we received wonderful support from people who watched it live, the returns from doing the live special, where I'm not going to go out and say like it was like gangbusters impressive, but it was way, way, way more normal, way more than we normally get. And it was nice to see that people really responded to our initiative to do a little bit of late night programming. So thank you, Kit John, for having sent us that wonderful tip for our coverage. And hopefully, you will have more opportunities to join us, even though you're in Australia, to be able to see what it is that we are doing. But thank you. I really appreciate that. That really made our day. We have the best fans. We just have the best fans. All right. As well, if you would like to help us, Kits and Cubs, we have donations in our YouTube, super chats, stickers, and stuff of the like. And we get about 70% of your donation there. And of course, if you're doing the Buy Canadian thing and don't want to support the USC Tech Bros, a direct bank transfer from your account to ours using our email address, truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com, will do the trick, and we get 100% of your donation there. Our email address, truenortheagerbeaver@gmail.com, is where you can send us a donation in word if you can't do it financially, by telling us what you think about the show, good, bad, or ugly. Thank you so much. We love constructive critique and compliments. So again, thank you that you send us your good news. Also want to send out some congratulations to my friend Luca, who he and his wife also recently have had a newborn. So there you go. Lots of newborn babies recently. newborn babies. I guess that I don't have to say newborn babies, kind of goes together. But lots of newborns joining the world here over the last little bit. So, celebrating love and celebrating new life and all that good stuff. Um, so yeah, kids and cubs, send us your good news. It always helps us. And of course, if you have if you have any questions about the show or politics that you would like us to answer, we love to receive those. Please send them to us, because democracy is something that you do, kids and cubs. Let's talk about Ambassador Doucheface, and let's look at how that petition is going. We are at kids and cubs 243,193 signatures on a petition asking us to make Ambassador Doucheface persona non grata. So there you go. Right here, kids and cubs, it is in the chat. There you go. If you want to click it. Let's see. Yeah, the man behind the curtain had a little a Beaver of Oz moment. Here we go. Let's see, what else do we have here? Also, kids and cubs, I'm going to say here that oh yes, this is the thing. Early voting is now underway in the federal by-elections taking place in North Vancouver, Capilano, Beaches, East York, and Chicoutimi, Le Fjord. So if you are able to, this would be a time to go and cast your vote early if you need to. Just trying to check here to see if there's anything. Elections Canada is still looking for some staff, which is very important here. Advanced voting days, Friday, August 21st, Saturday the 22nd, Sunday, the August the 23rd. Those have all passed, and Monday the 24th, today from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So this is your last day to vote early in the federal by-elections. Election day, Monday, August 31st from 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. We will be doing a live returns show for that, kids and cubs. So please join us for that. That'll be a week from now. And I believe that that data is the same for all places. I'm just going to check here. Chicoutimi, La Fjord, 9:30 to 9:30. Beaches, East York is also 9:30 to 9:30 today for early voting, and North Vancouver, Capilano, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific time today. So a slight little change or difference there. So do make sure that you get in to cast your vote early. And if you are not able to cast your vote in by the 24th, remember election day on the 31st from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And if you have asked to vote by mail, please make sure that your ballot is returned in time. And if you want to vote early and there aren't any early voting days left, which there won't be today, if you go to the actual return office, you can still vote early. So there you go, kids and cubs. We have a lot on the democracy, something that you do, but those are the only ones we're going to put for you today, and then just rotate some of the things throughout the week. All right. So there you go, kids and cubs. That's all I have got for you today. It could be a tough world out there, so please be kind to and gentle with yourself. Words of wisdom are still the same. Breathe, relax, don't sweat it out too much. I mean, if you're directly affected by businesses, then yes, you probably have more reason for concern, but there are supports that are going to be announced. The retaliations are going to be renounced. We won't know what everything looks like until September 8th, so we've got a little time. Things could change between Canada and the United States between then if the Americans see that we are particularly serious and maybe do want to avoid it. We never know. But right now, Donald Trump claimed he had a deal with Canada, and now it looks like he's going into the midterms without one. And and he's going into the midterms as the only leader on the planet that does not seem to be able to make a deal with Canada. And he's depending on a lot of those states to be able to retain the Senate. So I have a feeling we might be hearing from our American frenemies sooner rather than later. I just have a feeling. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling. So there you go. Right. So breathe, and be confident. Yes, the Americans can do a lot of damage, but like I said, we're built for this, and we're in a good economic position relative to the United States. So again, if it becomes a battle of who can take the most, I think we're okay because Donald Trump is not very good with pain, and neither are his voters. Okie dokie. Kids and Cubs, if you want to reach us via our socials at True Eager at the Blue Sky Beaver Lodge, also on the Twitter, we have True North Eager Beaver on Facebook, our original home. We also are on Instagram, so thank you for there. We have a Beaver Bite Substack. We have the Damn Fam unofficial Discord. So lots of ways to get in contact with us. Of course, right down here in the comment section on YouTube. That's the best way to make sure that we see your comments. We read everything, even though we're not able to answer everyone, and everything that you write or send us as a donation goes back into the show to make it better. Remember our hashtags: kids who cook, kids who craft, and kids who cultivate. Let's see. I'm running out of steam here, Kids and Cubs. I'm running out of steam. I think this is the longest one I've ever done alone. Oh, no, that's not true. There's been some election stuff. That's true. But often I've had guests. So that's helped. Let's see what else. I think that's everything. So the words of wisdom, all the ways to reach us, I've given everything. So Kids and Cubs, it's time for the audience participation. Can you please say, Mr. Beaver, please cue the cock at the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. That is the good stuff. All right. Here's a little cock-a-doodle-doo just for you. You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Incorporated podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors. The Misfit Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, their uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community. And The Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from farm-fresh ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. We are grateful to the Crier Media Network for its support, Pete Jarvis for our artwork, and Paul Joseph Something for our opening and closing sequence music. All right, Kids and Cubs, I have a lot of people that I can talk to you about today as Canadians who make us proud, but I'm going to whittle it down to one Canadian, Prime Minister Mark Carney, standing up for Canada, standing up for our sovereignty, telling the United States to go kick rocks, pan sand, to sit on our maple and spin. It was the only thing that could be done. It was the thing that needed to be done. Yes, things are going to be tough, like I said, but we're Canadian. We're made of stronger stuff. We are prepared for this. We are built for this. And unlike a certain other country, we have friends. We'll be fine. For some of us, it's going to be particularly tough. There's no doubt about that. We need to be there and support, but we will be fine. All right? To have confidence in your country, have confidence in its leadership, and most of all, have confidence in each other as neighbors and fellow citizens. We're going to get through this. We'll actually get through this rather well at the end of the day. But it's not going to be without pain. All right? Amour bisous. We will see you tomorrow, and hopefully with a regular show.